How often do you lie in bed, hoping for peace, but your mind won't let you have it? The body slows down. The world grows quiet. But the mind? It speeds up, replaying the day, worrying about tomorrow, searching for answers to problems that can't be solved at midnight. Most people think they need more sleep, but what they really need is a clearer mind before sleep. A mind free from clutter, free from loops of regret and anxiety, free from the need to control what was never in their control to begin with. That's where Stoicism enters, not as a philosophy to study, but as a daily practice for peace. The Stoics didn't chase silence. They created it, not by running from life, but by learning how to think clearly, especially when everything felt uncertain. For the next 4+ hours, you'll be surrounded by their words. The calm logic of Marcus Aurelius, the firm compassion of Seneca, the disciplined resolve of Epictetus, voices that knew what it meant to carry heavy thoughts and how to put them down. As your body rests, your mind will begin to let go, not by force, but by understanding. You'll learn what to hold on to, and more importantly, what to release. This is not background noise. This is mental cleansing. This is how you prepare the mind for true rest, not with distraction, but with truth. By the time you drift off, you'll feel it. The weight lifts, the noise fades, the mind clears, and when morning comes, you'll wake up lighter, not just because you slept, but because you trained your mind to let go before closing your eyes. Let's begin. Have you ever longed for someone to miss you so deeply that you're the very first thought they have when they open their eyes in the morning and the last one before they drift off at night? If that's something you've wished for, then you're exactly where you need to be. Today, we're going to uncover the secrets of becoming truly unforgettable. We're diving into timeless Stoic principles, not just to stir a little longing, but to help you transform into someone whose absence creates a powerful and irresistible presence. Seneca once shared a profound truth. Absence intensifies love, while presence reinforces it. With that in mind, let's learn how to sharpen love to such a degree that your absence leaves a meaningful imprint. Don't skip any part of what we're about to explore, because each principle contributes an essential piece to the overall puzzle of becoming someone whose absence is genuinely felt. Before we get started, here's a quick, fun little challenge for you. Leave a comment below with the phrase, "On their mind tomorrow." It's short, sweet, and perfectly captures what we're diving into today. Plus, it'll be fun to see how many of you are taking part in this journey. Now, let's get ready to explore these 10 powerful Stoic strategies that will not only increase your presence in someone's heart, but will also make them truly yearn for you when you're not around. Let's begin with the first principle, self-sufficiency. You might be asking yourself, how can being independent make someone miss me more? The answer lies in demonstrating that you are whole and complete on your own, which is both attractive and captivating in any relationship. Think about it like this. When you're self-sufficient, you're not constantly reaching out for attention or leaning heavily on your partner for emotional support. Instead, you're actively living your life, pursuing your passions, meeting your own needs, and thriving as an individual. This kind of independence doesn't push people away, it pulls them in. It piques curiosity and earns admiration. Your partner begins to see you not just as their significant other, but as someone strong, centered, and thriving independently. When you're not always available or relying on them to bring you joy, You create a healthy space in the relationship. And this space isn't about emotional distance. It's about allowing each other to grow as individuals. What do they start to feel when you're not there? They begin to think about you. They remember how gracefully you manage life, how composed you are, how self-directed your choices seem. This memory, this vision of your strength and autonomy, begins to spark longing. They miss the version of you that stands tall and independent. So embrace your self-sufficiency. It's not about distancing yourself. It's about inspiring a deeper, more respectful admiration of your presence. And as you cultivate that independence, don't be surprised if they find themselves thinking about you not just tomorrow, but for many tomorrows to come. Next comes emotional control. Now, you might think, control my emotions? I just want them to miss me. But here's the secret. Mastering your emotions is like having the reins of a powerful horse. It gives you the ability to guide the direction and tone of your relationships. Picture this. Every time you interact with them, you remain composed. Even when conversations take an unexpected turn or heat up, you hold your ground with calm. This kind of emotional balance doesn't just impress, it fascinates. Why? Because, as Marcus Aurelius wisely said, you have control over your mind, not external events. Recognize this, and you'll discover true strength. When you respond with this inner strength, you leave a mark. People expect emotional reactions, but when you respond with calm, clarity, and thoughtful presence, it creates an aura of mystery. They begin to wonder what's going on inside your mind. You're not predictable anymore. You're serene and composed, and that unpredictability draws them in. Now, emotional control doesn't mean becoming cold or robotic. It means choosing to respond instead of react. That slight shift makes your emotions more meaningful when they are expressed. When you do open up, your feelings carry weight. They're not impulsive, they're deliberate, heartfelt, and powerful. And when you're not around, what do they remember? That poised version of you. They recall how you made them feel safe, calm, intrigued. They long for the warmth behind your thoughtful affection. So keep your cool, stay grounded, and let them wonder. Maybe even leave behind a subtle hint, something that softly suggests, will you be thinking of me tomorrow? Because in love, mystery can be a powerful magnet. Now we come to intentional communication. Have you ever noticed how just a few well-chosen words can leave someone longing for your presence? This is the magic of speaking with purpose. Intentional communication is about being deliberate with your words, making sure everything you say adds depth, connection, and value. When you speak intentionally, you don't just talk, you craft. You choose language that resonates, that sparks thought, that invites connection. It's not about saying a lot, it's about saying what matters. Seneca once advised that we should speak so that we are invited to speak again. That's the heart of this principle, leaving them wanting more of your insight, more of your humor, more of your uniquely genuine voice. Now, imagine that each time you speak, you're doing so to build understanding, to enhance the moment, to offer something real. You're not just filling silence, you're shaping meaningful interaction. And when you're not present, your words linger. They echo in their memory. Your voice plays back in their mind, not just because of what you said, but because of how you made them feel. With this kind of thoughtful communication, you create emotional layers. They start reflecting on your conversations. They begin to miss not just talking to you, but hearing you. You've shown them depth and intention. You've shown them connection. So use your words wisely and with care. Make every exchange meaningful. It's not just the content, it's the way you deliver it that stays with them. Let your words be like gentle spells that leave them thinking, "What would they say now?" And just like that, you're on their mind, again and again. Now let's talk about the acceptance of absence. Here's a twist you might not expect. How can truly embracing time apart actually bring two people closer? It may sound like a contradiction, but here's the truth. Accepting periods of separation can actually intensify their longing for you and strengthen the bond you share when you're reunited. Let's look at it from this perspective. It's not just a matter of absence making the heart grow fonder. Absence builds anticipation, and with that, a deeper sense of appreciation. When you learn to accept and even treasure the moments when you're not together, you reveal a profound level of self-awareness and independence. It shows that you understand that real connection isn't measured by constant presence, but by the emotional strength of your bond. As Epictetus so powerfully put it, freedom is the only goal worth pursuing in life. Freeing yourself from the need to cling allows your relationship dynamics to evolve in the healthiest, most liberating way. Picture what this looks like in real life. Instead of constantly texting or checking in when you're apart, you intentionally allow space to exist. You give the silence room to breathe and, in doing so, invite curiosity. You let a bit of mystery grow. Suddenly, you're no longer just a routine part of their daily life. You become the moment they eagerly anticipate. The acceptance of absence teaches you to move with the natural rhythm of closeness and solitude. It encourages you to enjoy your own company and cherish your individuality. And that kind of self-contentment, it's magnetic. So when you're together again after some time apart, the energy feels refreshed, the connection more alive, and the joy more intense. Let those quiet stretches apart do their work. They aren't voids, they're fertile grounds for growth and a deeper emotional pull. Let them feel your absence in such a way that they find themselves thinking about you more and more. When you come back together, the joy of reconnection becomes a vivid, cherished experience. Now let's explore mindfulness in interaction. How can being completely present when you're with someone create a longing for you when you're not there? The secret lies in making every shared moment so rich and meaningful that your absence leaves a distinct emotional void. Being mindful isn't just about being physically close. It's about being emotionally, mentally, and spiritually engaged. When you are mindful, you're fully attentive to the person you're with. You listen deeply. You respond with thoughtfulness. You tune in, not just with your ears, but with your heart. You're not distracted or scattered. Every interaction becomes intentional. And as Marcus Aurelius once said, approach every action in life as if it were your last. Apply that mindset to your time with loved ones, and suddenly each conversation becomes more vivid, each glance more heartfelt, and each shared laugh more lasting. Imagine this. Every time you're together, you bring a quiet but powerful presence. You aren't just there, you're alive in the moment. You're making every second count. This deep engagement plants seeds of emotional richness. So when you're no longer around, what remains? The powerful memory of how it felt to be seen, heard, and deeply connected with you. That's what lingers. That's what they miss. By practicing mindfulness, you create a strong emotional resonance. Your presence enriches their world in a way that few others do. And when you're gone, that absence becomes noticeably heavier. They start to crave not just your company, but the emotional presence and depth you uniquely offer. So give your full self when you're with them. Let your presence leave such a mark that it echoes long after you're gone. When you master mindfulness in interaction, you don't just spend time, you create memories. And those memories will keep you in their thoughts well into tomorrow. And here we are, halfway through this journey. If you're still with us, it means this message is truly speaking to your heart. If you haven't already, please take a moment to like this video or subscribe to our channel. Your support means the world and allows us to keep creating content that connects with you. Now, let's move into the sixth principle, a truly vital step in becoming unforgettable. This one carries significant weight, so stay focused. Let's now talk about consistency in communication. How does maintaining a steady, intentional communication pattern make someone feel your absence more deeply? It all comes down to cultivating trust and emotional rhythm. Consistency doesn't mean overwhelming them with constant messages. It means developing a steady, dependable flow of interaction that adds value and shows thoughtfulness. Think about small gestures, a good morning text that starts their day with warmth, a mid-afternoon check-in to show you're thinking of them, or a brief evening exchange about how your day went. These become rituals, comforting, familiar patterns that they begin to rely on. As Seneca once said, regularity is a sign of wisdom in communication. This sense of rhythm tells them you're not only present, but emotionally invested and dependable. Imagine even on your busiest days, you still make time for a brief, thoughtful message. That consistent effort becomes a part of their routine, a moment they look forward to. And here's where it becomes powerful. When those familiar touchpoints are suddenly absent, the silence feels louder. Your absence becomes a noticeable void, and they begin to long for your presence to return. This consistency doesn't just make you predictable, it makes you comforting, stable, and emotionally significant. You weave yourself into their everyday life through small, meaningful interactions. And when you're not there, they feel it. They miss not just the words, but the feeling that your messages bring. So make consistency your trademark in communication. Keep the rhythm going. Be someone they know they can count on to show up, even in small ways. Because the more dependable you are, the more deeply they feel your absence when it comes. Your goal isn't just to be remembered occasionally, it's to be constantly present in their thoughts, even from afar. Now, let's shift into purposeful living. How can having a life full of purpose make someone long for your presence even more? The answer lies in becoming someone whose passion and drive is naturally magnetic. When you lead a purpose-driven life, you're not sitting around waiting for someone else to complete you. You're actively shaping your life, chasing dreams, and engaging with your passions. Living with intention gives your energy a different kind of glow. You become someone who's exciting, inspiring, and a joy to be around. When you speak about your goals or dive into your projects, you radiate a kind of passion that's contagious. And that energy sticks with people. It makes them admire you, respect you, and most importantly, miss you when you're gone. So pursue your goals, cultivate your passions, let your life be full and vibrant. This creates a sense of admiration and even a little mystery. They'll find themselves thinking, what are they up to now? Or, I wonder how that project is going. That curiosity grows into longing. Your purpose-driven life becomes a compelling part of your identity that they want to stay connected with. Ultimately, Purposeful living isn't about being too busy for love. It's about being so inspired that your presence becomes something others crave. Your energy draws people in, and when you're not around, they miss not just your company, but the light you bring into their world. When you live with purpose, you're not simply waiting for someone else to occupy your time. You're actively pursuing your goals and making the most of each moment. Living with intention naturally enhances your appeal and mystique. It signals that your life has direction and ambition that extend beyond your relationship. You become someone who is contributing to something bigger, and this depth adds to your charm and admiration in the eyes of others. The Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked that our plans often fail because they lack clear direction. When a person doesn't know which harbor they are sailing toward, no wind is the right one. By setting clear intentions and working toward defined goals, you not only stay focused, but also become more dynamic and captivating. Visualize this. You share exciting stories with your partner about your latest projects, your volunteer initiatives, or your creative passions. As you talk, they see the light in your eyes, the genuine enthusiasm that fuels you. This excitement is contagious, leaving a lasting impact. When you're not around, they begin to miss that infectious energy and the inspiration you radiate. They find themselves eagerly anticipating your next story, the next wave of passion you'll bring to your conversations. In your absence, there's a noticeable void where that vitality once flowed. By choosing to live with purpose, you present yourself as someone constantly evolving and growing. This ever-changing journey keeps your presence fresh and engaging. When you're not there, your partner misses being part of that exciting path. They miss sharing in your victories, challenges, and dreams. So lean into your passions and allow your purposeful life to become a shining example. Show them you're someone who cherishes life and is determined to make a meaningful impact. And keep in mind, when you live with purpose, you'll remain in their thoughts, not just out of love, but out of admiration and a deep appreciation for your zest for living. How does practicing emotional moderation make someone miss you more? It's about establishing a sense of balance and control in the emotional dynamic of the relationship. Thoughtful and restrained emotional expression adds depth and clarity to your interactions. By maintaining emotional moderation, you avoid overwhelming your partner, whether through intense declarations of love or outbursts of frustration. This Stoic approach empowers you to navigate relationship challenges with grace and emotional intelligence, elevating the quality of your emotional connection. Marcus Aurelius wisely observed that the best revenge is simply to be unlike the person who caused you harm. Applied to relationships, this suggests that rather than reacting impulsively or emotionally, you respond with calm, intentional words and actions. Imagine handling a disagreement with patience and clarity. You express your feelings in a genuine way, but not in a manner that feels overbearing or impulsive. This sense of emotional poise allows space for desire and thoughtfulness to grow. Your partner comes to understand that your feelings are real, not just fleeting reactions or emotional impulses. When you're not around, they begin to yearn for that emotional steadiness you bring. They miss the calm confidence in your presence and the way your expressions of love feel meaningful, not rushed or exaggerated. Emotional moderation doesn't mean shutting down or being cold. It means mastering your emotions instead of letting them master you. This inner strength is deeply attractive and cultivates a foundation of trust and admiration. Strive to strike a harmonious balance in how you share your emotions. In doing so, you'll enhance the richness of your interactions and become someone who leaves a lasting, peaceful presence in their life. Remember, in the rhythm of love, it's often the softest notes, the composed and quiet moments that echo the loudest and linger the longest. How does displaying resilience during hard times make someone miss you more? It's about showing that you're capable of navigating life's inevitable challenges with courage and grace, creating a sense of stability and comfort that your partner finds deeply reassuring. Resilience in adversity means facing hardships directly without collapsing under the weight of them. This ability to stand strong not only builds your own character, but also portrays you as someone dependable and unwavering, qualities that naturally draw others closer. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, once said that a gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a person perfected without trials. This timeless truth highlights that overcoming difficulties not only strengthens you, but also makes you more admirable. Think about a situation where you're faced with significant personal challenges, and yet you stay composed and tackle your problems head-on. This measured response garners both respect and deep appreciation from your partner. They witness not just your ability to survive, but to thrive, and that memory lingers even when you're not physically with them. When you're away, the image of your resilience provides a comforting presence in their mind. They recall how grounded and strong you remain in turbulent times and miss the peace and strength you bring into their life. Resilience isn't simply about enduring hardship. It's about emerging from it stronger, with hope and determination intact. It's about maintaining a forward-moving mindset, seeking solutions, and not giving in to despair. This strength is incredibly attractive. It draws your partner to you not only because they love you, but because they are inspired by your ability to remain composed under pressure. Consider how this resilience shows up in your everyday life. Maybe you lose a job, but immediately take proactive steps to find new opportunities, staying hopeful. Or perhaps a family emergency arises, and you manage to provide support to others while also maintaining emotional clarity. These instances define who you are and leave a powerful impression. When your partner witnesses this kind of resilience, they see you as a rock, a steady force in their world. This solid presence doesn't just foster respect, it deepens emotional intimacy. They begin to treasure your role in their life as someone who offers stability and dependability. The more they experience this, the more they miss your strength during your absence. Additionally, resilience involves holding on to a positive outlook even during dark times. While it's easy to be upbeat when everything's smooth, the real test is how you carry hope when things fall apart. That quiet optimism becomes a guiding light, not only for you, but for your partner too. It uplifts them, and they miss that sense of reassurance when you're not there. Moreover, demonstrating resilience during challenging times also means maintaining a hopeful and positive mindset. It's simple to stay upbeat when everything is going smoothly, but genuine resilience shines through when you're able to see light even in your darkest hours. This kind of optimism is powerful and has the ability to lift your partner's spirits when they're feeling down. When you're not with them, it's not just your physical presence they long for, but also the hope and positivity you bring into their world. By embodying resilience, you show that you're not merely surviving the storms, you're rising above them, becoming stronger with every step. You become a beacon, someone who not only withstands adversity but leads others by example. This makes each moment you spend together more special and profound, as they eagerly await the comfort and inspiration that comes with your presence. They begin to associate you with feelings of security, strength, and hope, all of which are essential in a healthy and loving relationship. So embrace life's challenges as opportunities to reveal your inner strength and emotional steadiness. Let them see that no matter what life throws at you, you remain grounded and unwavering. Keep in mind that showcasing this kind of resilience keeps you alive in their thoughts, not just as someone they care about, but as a powerful force of love and stability in their life. Your resilience becomes the bedrock of the connection you share, making you irreplaceable and someone they deeply long for when you're not there. Now, let's talk about consistency in character. How can staying true to who you are make someone miss you even more? It's about being a steady, dependable presence in their life while still retaining enough intrigue to keep things exciting. Consistency in character means you don't change with the wind. You are the same authentic person day in and day out, and that predictability builds a strong sense of trust and security in your relationship. As the philosopher Epictetus once advised, first determine what kind of person you want to be, and then take action to live that truth. This commitment to personal integrity means your partner knows exactly who you are and what to expect from you, and that's incredibly reassuring. Imagine how this unfolds in your relationship. You're someone who lives by your principles, follows through on your promises, and consistently treats your partner with respect and care. That kind of reliability doesn't just make you a great partner. It makes you someone they truly depend on and treasure. When you're consistently kind, honest, and supportive, your partner can relax into the relationship, knowing they can count on you. And when you're not there, they feel the absence of that dependable energy. Your steady character has become an essential part of their emotional world. But being consistent doesn't mean you become boring or completely predictable. There's still plenty of room for fun, spontaneity, and surprise. It could be a spontaneous date night, a small but thoughtful gift, or a funny message that brightens their day. These little surprises layered on top of your solid foundation keep the connection alive and dynamic. You become the best of both worlds, reliable and exciting. Think about the deeper impact of maintaining this consistency in values and behavior. Your partner knows that no matter what uncertainties life throws at them, you'll remain the same supportive, loving person. That kind of stability is rare and precious. And when you're not around, it's this steady presence they miss, the one who brings calm, love, and reliability into their life. But the occasional dose of spontaneity ensures that the relationship doesn't fall into routine. It's like keeping the fire burning steadily while also adding a spark now and then to make it dance. Maybe you plan a surprise weekend away or leave a heartfelt note for them to find. These small acts show that you're not just consistent, you're also capable of delighting them in unexpected ways. This thoughtful combination ensures they look forward to both your grounding presence and the joy you bring through these delightful moments. They don't just miss your constancy, they miss the energy, creativity, and joy that you inject into their life. So, let consistency in your character be the strong, dependable core of who you are. And every now and then, let a spark of spontaneity bring excitement and fun to the relationship. This blend makes you someone who isn't just missed for being solid and trustworthy, but also anticipated for the little surprises that make life beautiful. Being on their mind tomorrow means building a relationship rooted in trust but kept vibrant by moments of wonder and joy. Your partner will admire the stability you offer and look forward to the unexpected happiness you bring. In closing, fully embrace the importance of character consistency while leaving room for moments of playful unpredictability. It's this special mix that makes you unforgettable and deeply missed. Your partner will treasure the dependable foundation you provide and look forward to the exciting little things you do to keep love fresh and alive. This dynamic ensures that you're not just remembered, but deeply cherished, always occupying a special place in their heart and thoughts. Before you head out, make sure to give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Be part of our community here at Power Stoic Habits, where we dive into powerful lessons on how Stoicism can enrich your daily life. And hey, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below and type "on their mind tomorrow" to show you're committed to becoming someone who's not just remembered today, but every day. It's a simple, fun way to affirm your journey, and who knows, your comment might just be the first thing someone thinks about when they wake up tomorrow. Your support helps us grow and reach more people who could use the wisdom of these timeless Stoic teachings. It also lets me see who's really putting these ideas into practice and transforming their relationships with purpose and heart. Thanks for watching, and always remember to keep those Stoic values close, stay grounded in your truth, and let your character be your compass. With these principles guiding you, you won't just be remembered, you'll be impossible to forget. Becoming someone who is missed is about enriching your own life and becoming the kind of person who leaves a lasting impression. Every principle we explored today is a step toward building richer, more enduring relationships that can stand the test of time. Until we meet again, keep cultivating the habits that make your life not only valuable, but truly unforgettable. Stay strong, stay resilient, and let your unique Stoic grace shine through every interaction. Your path to becoming someone who's deeply missed starts now, and I can't wait to see how you make it real. Take care, and I'll see you in the next video. I want to talk to you about 10 powerful Stoic habits that, if you truly apply them, have the potential to solve 95% of your life's problems. Yes, that's how transformative they are. Have you ever wondered how some people manage to remain calm, composed, and emotionally grounded even when life throws them into chaos? The secret for many of them lies in Stoicism. This ancient philosophy has helped countless individuals find clarity and inner peace. And here's the good news: it's not reserved for scholars or Roman emperors. Its principles are practical, timeless, and incredibly relevant, no matter what era we live in. Best of all, you don't need a philosophy degree to understand or implement them in your life. Let's begin with one of the most essential foundations of Stoicism: learning to control what you can and accepting what you cannot. This is the first Stoic habit, mastering the dichotomy of control. At its core, this habit teaches us to direct our attention toward what lies within our power, while letting go of the things that don't. Embracing this wisdom can dramatically reshape the way we approach our problems and challenges. Epictetus, one of the most influential Stoic philosophers, once said, "It's not the events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them." This simple yet profound insight reveals a powerful truth. What often causes us stress isn't the situation itself, but how we interpret it and respond to it. Let's take a common scenario: being stuck in traffic. It's a situation that most of us find frustrating. But think about it. Traffic, in and of itself, doesn't hold any real power over you. The frustration arises from your response to it. Maybe you start panicking about being late or feeling like your time is being wasted. But if you apply the Stoic habit of the dichotomy of control, you'll recognize that the traffic is beyond your influence. What you can control is your reaction to it. You might choose to use that time to listen to a podcast, reflect quietly, practice deep breathing, or simply accept the delay with grace. This habit is so effective because it liberates us from needless stress and frustration. When we stop pouring our energy into things we have no power to change, we free up that energy to improve the things we can control. This shift doesn't just make us more efficient, it makes us calmer, more centered, and emotionally resilient. Like a muscle, this mindset strengthens with practice. The more we commit to managing our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors while accepting external events as they are, the more serene and grounded we become. So, how do you bring this habit into your daily life? Whenever you find yourself caught in a difficult or stressful moment, pause and ask yourself, is this something I can control? If the answer is yes, then consider what specific actions you can take to improve the situation. If the answer is no, then your task is to accept it fully and redirect your focus towards something within your influence. This simple yet profound shift in focus can bring a surprising amount of peace. Let's move on to the next habit in our following message. But for now, take a moment to reflect on the dichotomy of control. Start practicing the art of letting go of what's beyond your reach and anchoring your energy in what you can change. You might be amazed at the calm and power you begin to uncover through this one principle alone. Now let's explore another crucial habit: the practice of mindfulness and being fully present in the moment. This is the second Stoic habit, cultivating awareness of the now. It may sound like a modern trend or something associated with meditation, but the truth is, the Stoics were emphasizing this way of thinking centuries ago. Marcus Aurelius, in his famous Meditations, wrote, "Confine yourself to the present." That line is a gentle yet firm reminder that life only truly happens in the present. The past is gone, and the future isn't here yet. All we ever really have is now. Why is living in the present so important? Because it's the only place where we can truly experience life. When we're present, we're more alive, more connected, and more capable of navigating challenges with clarity and grace. Consider how often your body might be in one place while your mind is elsewhere. Maybe you're at work thinking about a past mistake, or spending time with loved ones, but worrying about what might go wrong tomorrow. When that happens, you're not truly experiencing the moment you're in. You're missing out, not just on the joy, but also on the peace that the present moment offers. Mindfulness helps bring us back. It teaches us to engage fully with what's happening both around us and within us. This doesn't mean we ignore the past or neglect the future. It simply means we don't get trapped in them. We learn to observe, to be aware, and to respond with intention rather than reacting on autopilot. This habit works because it gives us clarity. When we're present, we can see things more clearly, including our own thoughts and emotions. This awareness allows us to make more thoughtful, reflective choices instead of impulsive or emotional ones. Being in the moment also opens us up to appreciating life's simple pleasures, things we often overlook when we're distracted or preoccupied. And that appreciation, in turn, nurtures our happiness and sense of well-being. So, how can you begin to practice mindfulness in your everyday life? Here are a few practical ways to start anchoring yourself in the present. Start with conscious breathing. Take a few minutes each day to simply bring your attention to your breath. Notice the way the air flows in and out of your body. This simple act of awareness can help quiet your mind and bring you back into the present moment. Another helpful practice is observation without judgment. When you find yourself in a situation, try to simply observe it without labeling it or forming an opinion. Just notice what's happening without adding your interpretations or emotional reactions. Bring mindfulness to everyday tasks, whether it's washing dishes, taking a walk, or eating a meal. Do it with your full attention. Feel the water run through your fingers. Be aware of every step you take, or savor each bite of your food. By weaving these small habits into your daily life, you will gradually notice a shift in your ability to stay grounded in the present and find more joy in everyday moments. Now let's explore another foundational Stoic habit: practicing virtue. This is one of the central pillars of Stoic philosophy. In the Stoic sense, virtue means living a life of moral excellence, guided by the four cardinal principles: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. According to the Stoics, virtue is the only true good. They didn't view virtue as a lofty or abstract concept, but as a practical, everyday discipline. To practice virtue is to act with integrity, to do what's right, even when it's inconvenient or challenging, and to live in alignment with your deepest values. Why is the practice of virtue so essential? Because it allows us to live in harmony with ourselves and with others. It gives us an inner compass that helps us navigate difficult decisions and remain firm in our principles. Imagine a situation where someone treats you unfairly. Your first impulse might be to respond with anger or resentment, but that reaction only fuels more conflict and inner turmoil. If you choose instead to act from virtue, you respond with patience, compassion, and understanding. This not only preserves your own peace, but may also shift the situation in a more positive direction. Why is this habit so powerful? Because virtue connects us to the best version of ourselves. It enables us to act from a place of wisdom, courage, and love, rather than from fear, pride, or selfishness. When we live by our values, we feel more authentic and fulfilled. And the effect doesn't stop with us. Virtue tends to have a ripple effect. When we act with moral strength and integrity, we often inspire those around us to do the same. Next, we come to the fourth Stoic habit: reflecting on death, also known as memento mori. At first, this might sound a bit dark or morbid, but in truth, it's a practice that teaches us how to live more deeply and purposefully. Marcus Aurelius said, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." This reflection isn't meant to depress us. It's meant to awaken us. It reminds us that life is fleeting and fragile, and that realization can empower us to make the most of each moment. Why is it important to contemplate death? Because it puts everything into perspective. We often spend so much energy worrying about things that, in the grand scheme of life, don't truly matter. But when we remember that our time here is limited, we become more focused on what actually counts: our relationships, our values, our passions. Picture this. You're in the middle of an argument with a close friend. In that moment, being right might feel extremely important. But if you stop and reflect on the fact that both you and your friend have limited time in this life, you might find the clarity to value the friendship over the disagreement and seek a more peaceful resolution. This habit works because it clears the fog from our minds. It reminds us to prioritize what really matters and to let go of trivial concerns. It helps us make choices that bring genuine meaning and fulfillment. So how can you begin to integrate memento mori into your life? Try setting aside a few minutes each day to reflect on the reality that your time is limited. This doesn't have to be a negative or fearful exercise. In fact, it can become a powerful way to appreciate your life more deeply. Let this reflection bring you back to the present. Use the awareness of death as a call to live fully, cherishing the small moments, expressing love to those who matter, and doing the things that bring your soul to life. Make plans for your future, but don't become consumed by them. Live today as though it's your only day, making space for what ignites your spirit and aligns with your values. By bringing the practice of memento mori into your daily awareness, you'll begin to feel a newfound appreciation for each day. You'll start to live with greater intention, clarity, and presence, focusing more on what truly matters. Our fifth habit focuses on building emotional strength, something the Stoics believed was essential for a balanced and fulfilling life. According to their philosophy, having control over our emotions is not just helpful, it's crucial. Seneca once said, "Difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body." This powerful quote reminds us that challenges aren't merely obstacles. They're opportunities to fortify our inner resilience, much like exercise strengthens our physical form. Facing and overcoming difficulties isn't just about endurance, it's about growth. By doing so, we cultivate the kind of emotional strength that prepares us for whatever life may bring. Why is this emotional strength so important? Because our emotions are like the waves of the ocean, sometimes calm, other times wild and stormy. Learning to navigate them is key. We shouldn't be tossed about by emotional turbulence. Instead, we must learn to surf those waves with skill and steadiness. As Seneca suggested, life's hardships can sharpen the mind the same way physical labor conditions the body. Each difficulty we face becomes a stepping stone, making us not only stronger, but also more prepared for future trials. This habit is effective because emotional strength enables us to remain composed and clear-headed, even in the most difficult circumstances. It teaches us to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. And this doesn't mean suppressing or ignoring how we feel. Instead, it's about understanding our emotions and managing them in a healthy, constructive manner. So how can you begin to build this kind of emotional strength in your everyday life? One important step is learning to recognize your emotions. Awareness is the first key to mastering them. When a strong emotion rises within you, be it anger, fear, or sadness, pause for a moment. Give that feeling a name. Simply identifying what you're feeling can offer clarity and reduce its intensity. Another helpful technique is practicing deep breathing. Deep, intentional breaths are a simple yet powerful way to calm your mind and body. Whenever a strong emotion begins to take control, take a moment to pause and breathe deeply. This can center you and restore a sense of calm. Reflection is equally important. Before reacting to a situation, take a moment to ask yourself, how do I want to respond? What outcome am I hoping for? This brief pause allows you to choose a response that aligns with your values and goals rather than acting on impulse. Try also to see the lessons hidden within your struggles. Instead of treating difficulties as roadblocks, begin to view them as chances to grow and develop. Every challenge is an opportunity to strengthen your resilience and increase your capacity to face future adversity. Emotional strength isn't something you develop overnight. It's a lifelong process. But the more you practice these strategies, the easier it becomes to remain calm, thoughtful, and centered, even when life feels chaotic. Now let's move to the sixth Stoic habit: cultivating gratitude. Gratitude is a transformative practice that can shift your entire perspective and significantly increase your sense of happiness. Epictetus once said, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has." This quote underlines the importance of being thankful for what we already have, rather than constantly yearning for what is missing. Why is it so important to practice gratitude? Because when we adopt a grateful mindset, our attention naturally shifts from what's going wrong to what's going right. This change in focus not only improves our mood, but also boosts our emotional and mental well-being. Gratitude teaches us to appreciate the simple joys in life and to stop taking them for granted. Think about a typical day. It's easy to become consumed by stress, complaints, or setbacks. But if you pause and reflect, you'll likely find many things worth appreciating. A warm meal, a kind gesture, or a meaningful conversation. Even the smallest blessings can have a profound impact on how we feel. This habit is effective because gratitude grounds us in the present moment and helps us to value the good that already exists in our lives. It enhances our sense of well-being, fosters satisfaction, and brings a deeper awareness to the richness of our daily experiences. Practicing gratitude consistently can even improve our relationships and make us more resilient when life gets tough. So, how can you begin cultivating gratitude in your daily routine? One approach is to keep a gratitude journal. Each day, write down at least 3 things you're thankful for. They don't have to be grand or life-changing. What matters is that you acknowledge and appreciate them. Another powerful step is expressing your gratitude to others. Take the time to thank the people around you. It can be a simple verbal thank you, or a written note expressing your appreciation. Doing so not only strengthens your relationships, but also creates a more positive and supportive environment for everyone involved. Finally, spend a few minutes each day reflecting on the good things in your life. You might find it helpful to do this at the end of the day as a way to close it on a positive note. This habit of grateful reflection can shift your mindset over time and help you notice more of the beauty and joy that surround you. Gratitude is more than a fleeting feeling. It's a daily practice that can dramatically enhance your outlook and happiness. I encourage you to begin integrating these practices into your life and watch how your perspective begins to shift for the better. Now, let's move on to the 7th Stoic habit: keeping life simple. In a world that often glorifies excess and complexity, the practice of simplicity offers a quiet kind of power. The Stoics believed that true peace and clarity are found not in accumulation, but in letting go of what is unnecessary. They taught that it is better to live with little and have peace of mind than to possess much and be burdened by worry. This timeless wisdom serves as a reminder that a cluttered life, whether materially or mentally, can cloud our inner peace. Simplicity allows us to focus on what truly matters, bringing a sense of calm and contentment that can't be found in endless striving. Choosing simplicity doesn't mean living without joy or beauty. It means being intentional about what we allow into our lives. It's about clearing away the noise so we can hear our own thoughts, follow our values, and live with greater purpose. This habit of simplicity is a path to freedom, a freedom from the constant pressure to keep up, to accumulate, to impress. And in that freedom, we discover peace. Having little with peace of mind is far better than having much with worry. This powerful quote reminds us that a fulfilling life doesn't depend on an abundance of possessions, complicated routines, or constant activity. In fact, true happiness often emerges from a life of simplicity. But why is simplicity so important? Because it gives us clarity. Simplicity frees us from unnecessary distractions and noise, allowing us to concentrate on what genuinely matters. It reduces stress and makes room for the things that bring us true joy. Imagine having fewer possessions to maintain and fewer obligations to manage. That kind of lifestyle offers more freedom, more space, and more peace to truly enjoy life. When we strip away the unnecessary, we begin to appreciate what we do have even more deeply. This is why the habit of embracing simplicity works so well. It removes the clutter from our lives and minds, helping us focus on our values and priorities. It lets us live with intention, which not only eases stress, but significantly boosts our sense of satisfaction and inner peace. So how can you begin living more simply in your daily life? Start by regularly decluttering your belongings. Let go of anything that doesn't serve a purpose or bring you joy. Keep only what is useful or truly meaningful to you. Simplify your schedule as well. Take a closer look at your commitments and release the ones that aren't truly necessary. Learn to say no to things that don't align with your values. Focus on what truly matters. Identify your priorities and invest more of your time and energy in them. Let go of distractions and tasks that don't contribute to your well-being. Keeping life simple is a habit that brings clarity, peace, and freedom. I encourage you to begin simplifying and observe how much lighter and happier your life can become. Now let's move on to the 8th Stoic habit, the practice of self-discipline. Self-discipline is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy because it keeps us aligned with our values and goals. It helps us remain on the right path, regardless of external temptations or inner impulses. Epictetus once said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." This quote captures the essence of self-discipline. It is through mastering ourselves that we attain real freedom. When we have control over our thoughts and actions, we're able to make deliberate choices that reflect who we truly want to be. Practicing self-discipline is important because it allows us to resist temptations and distractions that can derail our progress. It helps us maintain focus and persevere even when challenges arise. Think about someone trying to improve their health. Without self-discipline, it's easy to indulge in unhealthy foods or skip workouts. But with discipline, that person can stay committed to their health goals even when it's tough or inconvenient. This habit is effective because self-discipline gives us authority over our decisions. It enables us to act in ways that reflect our long-term values rather than our short-term impulses. The result is a deeper sense of satisfaction and a greater chance of achieving success over time. So how can you cultivate self-discipline in your everyday life? Begin by setting clear goals. Define what you want to accomplish and break it down into achievable steps. This gives you a sense of direction and a clear target to aim for. Next, build routines and habits that support your goals. For instance, if you want to improve your health, set a regular workout schedule and plan your meals ahead of time. Keep track of your progress. Monitoring your achievements can keep you motivated and help you adjust your approach when needed. Practicing self-discipline is a life-changing habit that can help you reach your potential and fulfill your goals. Start weaving these strategies into your daily routine and notice the powerful difference they can make. Now we move to the 9th Stoic habit. Embrace resilience. Resilience is the strength to recover from hardship and continue forward with courage and determination. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The rock is struck and remains, the hammer is worn by it." This quote beautifully illustrates the nature of resilience. Like the rock that endures the repeated blows of the hammer, we too must learn to stay strong in the face of life's challenges. Embracing resilience is vital because life is full of difficulties and unexpected events. Without resilience, it's easy to become overwhelmed or discouraged when things go wrong. But when we develop resilience, we're able to face life's storms with inner strength. Think of a tree caught in a violent wind. Its branches may bend or even break, but the tree remains standing. In the same way, resilient people withstand adversity and continue to grow, even when shaken by life's hardships. This habit works because resilience provides the strength and determination to keep going. It helps us reframe challenges as opportunities for learning and personal growth. Resilience also equips us to deal with setbacks without losing hope or direction. It empowers us to bounce back, often stronger than before. Embracing resilience doesn't mean avoiding pain. It means enduring it with grace and using it as a stepping stone. Life will test you, but with resilience, you can rise above every setback. Keep pressing forward, knowing that every storm you survive builds your strength. Moreover, resilience empowers us to maintain a hopeful and optimistic outlook even in the midst of hardships. It helps us approach adversity not with despair, but with a sense of possibility. So, how can you begin to cultivate resilience in your everyday life? One powerful way is to foster a positive mindset. Keeping a positive attitude and deliberately looking for the silver lining in every situation allows you to view challenges not as roadblocks, but as opportunities for growth and learning. Another essential step is to strengthen your relationships. Surround yourself with people who uplift, support, and encourage you. Meaningful connections with others can provide the emotional strength you need when facing tough times. These relationships act as a safety net, offering comfort, motivation, and perspective during moments of hardship. Equally important is taking care of yourself. Prioritize your physical and emotional well-being. Eat nourishing foods, engage in regular physical activity, and ensure you give yourself enough time to rest and recharge. Caring for your body and mind builds the foundation for emotional strength and resilience. Embracing resilience as a way of life enables you to face adversity with courage and determination. I encourage you to begin practicing these strategies and observe how they influence your ability to navigate life's difficulties with greater strength and resolve. Now let's move on to Stoic Habit 10. Act with purpose. The 10th Stoic habit centers around the principle of acting with clear intention. The Stoics firmly believed that every action we take should be deliberate and rooted in our deepest values. Seneca captures this idea powerfully when he says that life is like a play. It's not about how long it lasts, but how well it's performed. This quote reminds us that the length of our life is less important than the quality and purpose with which we live it. Why is it so important to act with purpose? Because when our actions are guided by our values and aligned with our goals, we live more meaningfully and authentically. Living with purpose allows us to make the most of our time and energy, giving our life a clear direction. Picture yourself steering a ship. Without a clear destination, you risk drifting aimlessly, wasting valuable time and effort. But if you have a clear destination and every action you take moves you closer to it, your journey becomes not only more efficient, but also more fulfilling. This habit is powerful because acting with purpose brings focus and clarity. It helps us to prioritize our time, our energy, and our efforts. It also enables us to make wiser choices, consistently moving us closer to the life we want to build. Living in alignment with our values gives us a deep sense of integrity and inner peace, reinforcing our sense of purpose. So how can you begin to act with purpose in your daily life? Start by taking time to identify and define your core values and personal goals. Reflect on what truly matters to you. When you are clear about what you value and what you hope to achieve, you naturally gain a sense of direction and meaning. Align your everyday actions with these values and goals. Before making a decision or taking an action, ask yourself, does this move me closer to where I want to be? It is also helpful to regularly evaluate and adjust your course. Take time to check in with yourself, review your progress, and make changes when needed. This consistent reflection ensures that you remain on the right path and can adapt when circumstances change. Acting with purpose is a transformative habit. It can help you reach your goals more efficiently and lead a life that feels more authentic and intentional. I encourage you to begin incorporating these strategies into your routine and watch how your focus, motivation, and overall fulfillment begin to shift in positive ways. We'll continue with the final Stoic habit in the next message. But for now, begin taking intentional actions and notice how they shape your ability to achieve your goals and live a more meaningful life. Today, we are going to explore the golden rules of Stoicism through these videos, dedicating an hour to delve into the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and the fundamental principles that have the potential to change our lives. We will discuss how this ancient philosophy can be applied in the modern world to help us navigate daily challenges and discover deeper meaning in our existence. If this is your first time visiting my channel, I kindly ask for your support by subscribing and liking the video so that I can continue to create more content like this in the future. As we embark on this journey, I encourage you to reflect on your own life and examine your beliefs. Think about how the principles of Stoicism might help you achieve greater mental clarity, lasting inner peace, and a deeper connection with the world around you. Get ready to immerse yourself in the wisdom of the Stoics, to learn timeless lessons that will guide you toward a fuller, more meaningful life. This journey is not only about exploring Stoicism, but also about transforming your perspective and discovering a path to true happiness and inner fulfillment. Let us begin this journey together, seeking discovery and transformation. Additionally, if you're looking to unlock your true potential and gain control over your emotions, I encourage you to check out our ebook, The Power of the Mind. You can access it through the link in the first pinned comment. Now, let's dive into the world of Stoicism and explore the 7 habits that weaken you, habits you should eliminate immediately from your life. The world we live in is full of traps, waiting to steal away your masculine power. Everywhere you look, from the movies and shows promoted on Netflix to the types of people being idolized today, Nothing escapes the control of the elites who seek to manipulate your mind. Men are being brainwashed to accept weakness. There's a famous story about a lion that I want you to hear, which illustrates the dangers of this manipulation. If this is your first time on my channel, I ask you once again to support by subscribing and liking the video, as it will help me create more content like this in the future. Once upon a time, there was a fierce lion who was feared by all. One day, the lion fell in love with a farmer's daughter. However, the farmer hated the lion, and when he found out about the lion's affection for his daughter, he wanted to do everything he could to stop it. The cunning farmer called the lion to meet him and told him that he would only allow him to marry his daughter on one condition, that the lion would give up his sharp claws for her safety. The lion thought it was a small price to pay for such a great reward, so he went to a rock and broke his claws. The next day he returned to the farmer and said, "I've given up my claws. Now please give me your daughter's hand in marriage." But the farmer then told him there was one more thing he needed to do: give up his sharp teeth and fangs. The lion, still thinking this was a small price to pay, broke his teeth and fangs. The following day, when he returned to the farmer attacked him and killed him, as the lion was now defenseless. All that made the lion strong had been given up voluntarily, one by one. Remember, brothers, the world you live in today is no different. There are powerful forces at play that have carefully constructed a system designed to keep you enslaved to your desires and impulses. And here's the harsh truth. While you may blame the farmer or the elites, it was ultimately the lion who chose to obey them willingly. Strength is a virtue that all men should strive for, whether in their financial lives, careers, or romantic relationships. Every man naturally wants to feel dominant, strong, and powerful, because that's who you truly are. All men desire a strong sense of drive, but many of us fail to achieve it because we indulge in behaviors that prevent us from becoming the strong men we were meant to be. Today, many men complain about everything. They waste money on drugs and pornography and apologize for things that don't require apologies. They develop habits that weaken them. The first habit that weakens you is making fun of others. This is a point not many people talk about, but as a man of high value, you should never look down on others. By belittling others, you may think you are elevating your own status, but in reality, you are showing insecurity and disrespect. This is a crucial aspect, often overlooked when discussing authentic masculinity. Perhaps you've heard the example of the bucket of crabs. When one crab tries to escape, the others pull it back down. Similarly, when someone is trying to improve their life or reach a goal, others might feel uncomfortable or jealous. This type of attitude is neither constructive nor honorable. If you find yourself making fun of others, remember that you are actually beneath them. Of course, this doesn't mean you shouldn't correct others when necessary, but you should do so with respect and without malice. A true man teaches and guides his brothers without grudges or hidden motives, offering constructive criticism and valuable advice for growth. Remember what Mike Tyson says about social media. It has made it too easy to look down on people without facing the consequences. The second habit that weakens you is failing to accept responsibility. Returning to the story of the lion and the farmer's daughter, the reason the lion ultimately loses everything is that he forgot his responsibility. His responsibility was to live like a lion, to keep his sharp claws, which were part of what made him a lion. But he chose to abandon that responsibility. The same happens in your life. Embrace your responsibilities with pride. Responsibilities are not burdens, but an essential part of who we are. I want you to repeat after me. I will honor my responsibilities with pride, because they are what make me a man. The day you choose to escape your responsibilities is the day you abandon your masculinity. Memorize this quote. The price of greatness is responsibility. This not only strengthens your identity as a man, but also contributes to the well-being of those around you. Responsibility should not be avoided, but embraced as a path to greatness and the fulfillment of your potential. The third habit that weakens you is fleeing from failure. Many men today choose comfort over growth. But growth is painful and often hides behind failure. There's a famous story about a man who digs for diamonds, not knowing that deep beneath the surface lies the treasure he seeks. At first, all he encounters is dirt, but he continues digging. After hours or even days, he finally uncovers the diamonds. Remember, brothers, failure is not the end. If you view failure as the end, you will never succeed at anything. Think about anything worth having. For example, starting a business might involve many so-called failures as you try to learn and attract customers. But if you stay in the game and don't run from these temporary setbacks, you will eventually grow. The same applies to relationships. When you first approach women, you may seem awkward or unsure, but success lies behind these temporary failures. These are small prices a strong man must pay to achieve success. We are often taught as children to be ashamed of our mistakes and failures and to justify them by blaming others. You might say, "It's not my fault," or "That person is the one to blame." These are the thoughts of a weak man. Remember this quote, "A weak man is one who blames others for his failures." Lastly, submission to futile laws is the fourth habit that weakens you. A coward always aligns with the majority, even when their views are clearly incorrect. The most troubling part of this is that even a man of high value, who should be standing firm in his own beliefs, submits to these pointless and damaging laws and societal norms. A man of high value, however, takes the time to examine and critically assess everything before making decisions. Today's society has conditioned us to avoid judgment, to conform to the belief that we should never judge or act in certain ways, but this mentality is spiraling out of control. By adhering blindly to these expectations, you become a puppet, a mere experiment for those who design these agendas and laws. Obeying authority isn't inherently wrong, but you should only submit to what aligns with your purpose, your mission. Above all, remember that nothing beyond God is above the law of the Almighty. Ask yourself if you are easily intimidated and whether you strive to please everyone. For some men, this can be incredibly difficult. Learning to say no is crucial. When you act according to the truth, you'll realize that the world won't fall apart around you. I've witnessed many men live in fear within their marriages, as if their wives were tyrants, and they dare not speak up or correct them. This is a clear example of weak submission. Another sign of weakness is poor body language, which plays a crucial role in how we are perceived by others. This includes nonverbal cues, such as your handshake, eye contact, posture, how you walk, and how you interact during conversations. People will quickly perceive whether you are a strong or weak man based on your body language. In today's world, where certain agendas have been turned against traditionally strong masculinity, it is more important than ever for men to be aware of their body language. Being intentional with your body is essential. This means striving to project an image of confidence, strength, and determination. Maintain an upright and confident posture, walk with purpose, and ensure you make solid eye contact during interactions. Your body language is your first impression, the cover letter of who you are, even before you speak. It can influence how others perceive you and how they treat you. If you present yourself as a strong and confident man, people are less likely to take advantage of you. This skill is invaluable for any man striving to succeed, whether personally or professionally. The next issue is wasting time, particularly during your younger years, which are often referred to as the golden years, your 20s and 30s. These are the years when you should be building, growing, and investing in yourself. Think of a farmer who plants a seed. He does not expect it to bear fruit the next day. In your 20s, you must plant the seeds of spiritual, emotional, and physical growth. But don't expect immediate results. Just keep sowing, and before you know it, you'll have cultivated a forest of achievements that will attract the right opportunities. When I say sow, I mean you must challenge yourself. This doesn't mean overworking yourself to exhaustion, but rather taking advantage of the energy and opportunities available to you at a young age. You may feel like you're missing out on social opportunities, but resist that temptation. You may not fully understand the importance of this now, but as you age, you'll be grateful for the choices you made. Solomon, the wisest man to ever live, had this to say about youth. Rejoice, O young man, in your youth, and let your heart cheer you in the days of your youth. Walk in the ways of your heart and the sight of your eyes, but know that for all these things God will bring you into judgment. Another common trap for men is laziness and unproductivity. How we structure our days and manage our time can significantly impact our journey towards success and self-improvement. Questions such as what time you go to bed, what time you wake up, and how you organize your day are crucial. These are not secondary concerns to address when you find free time. They should be part of your intentional strategy for success. The powerful do not leave any area of their lives to chance. Everything is planned. Similarly, every part of your day, the people you associate with, and the content you consume must be intentionally chosen. If your thoughts are not in line with your goals, you open yourself to negative influences. Laziness is a dangerous enemy for men today. A man may have countless ideas related to business or life, but if he does not act on them, he allows laziness to gradually infiltrate his life, and before he knows it, it holds him back from progress. Remember, laziness can only succeed against weak men. A man of high value quickly identifies laziness and addresses it head-on. Always be vigilant against it and combat it as soon as possible. In today's world, weakness is glorified and sought after, but strength remains your greatest virtue. Strength should be sought in every opportunity. Understand that God is your greatest source of strength, and every day provides chances to grow and move toward your goals. It's up to you to make the most of those opportunities in a focused and determined manner. Both physical and mental strength are vital assets in this quest, and drawing support from your personal and spiritual beliefs will provide you with a solid foundation to face life's challenges. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most revered Stoic philosophers in history, ruled as Roman emperor from 161 to 180 AD. He was the last of the 5 good emperors and led an empire through multiple wars. Despite his power and access to all the temptations of the world, he dedicated his life to justice and fairness. His writings, known as Meditations, have become a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. In them, Aurelius offers valuable guidelines for self-improvement, focusing on adopting a cosmic perspective and critically examining judgments about oneself and others. As a leader of a vast empire, Aurelius applied Stoic philosophy to eliminate stress and maintain reliability and efficiency as a ruler. If this is your first time encountering Stoicism, I encourage you to subscribe to my channel and like this video so I can continue creating content like this. Stoicism is not just a theory, it's a deeply inspiring way of thinking and living. Stoics believe that doing the right thing is the key to happiness, and achieving this requires sound judgment and rational thought. In this video, we will explore how you can cultivate a clear mind through 5 essential lessons drawn from the teachings of Marcus Aurelius. One of the first lessons is to embrace virtue. As Aurelius said, "Explore within yourself, for a spring of goodness is ready to gush forth if you persist in your search." Virtue, understood as excellence of character, is morally sound behavior that benefits not only yourself, but also those around you. Stoicism embraces the concept of a universe where everything and everyone is interconnected, sharing a common bond. According to this view, actions that benefit the greater good ultimately benefit the individual as well. The Stoics firmly believed that those who live in harmony with reason are the ones who achieve the greatest well-being. In essence, they dedicated themselves to living virtuously, as practicing virtue is essential for flourishing. The Stoics considered the absence of virtue to be rooted in ignorance, as life's circumstances often present challenges where unforeseen virtues can guide us, keeping us on the right path. When we are focused on cultivating virtues, we naturally radiate tranquility and composure. To integrate virtues into your life, it is crucial to internalize the 4 cardinal virtues of Stoicism: wisdom, justice, temperance, and courage. From the Stoic perspective, wisdom involves the ability to discern what is truly good, what is harmful, and what is neutral, guiding us to make decisions based on reason rather than emotion. It empowers us to navigate dilemmas with mental clarity, distinguishing between right and wrong. Justice, the second virtue, stems from wisdom and represents a commitment to fairness and what is morally right, not just for oneself, but for others as well. The Stoics saw justice as a responsibility that extends to society and one's relationship with others. Courage, the third virtue, empowers individuals to take action even in the face of personal fear. It involves embracing challenges for the common good, moving forward despite uncertainties about the outcome. Courage does not eliminate fear or anxiety. Instead, it is the conscious decision to overcome these barriers and continue progressing. The fourth virtue, temperance or moderation, emphasizes the importance of balance, self-control, and discipline. It calls for the exercise of restraint, ensuring that we do not fall prey to extremes in our desires or behaviors. Marcus Aurelius often highlighted the human capacity for self-regulation, which sets us apart from animals. Temperance encourages prioritizing long-term well-being over momentary pleasures. For example, indulging in a bag of fries might offer immediate satisfaction, but it could harm our health and mood in the long run. Practicing temperance involves knowing when to stop, using wisdom to gauge the right amount before continuing. Stoicism categorizes things and actions into 3 categories: good, evil, and indifference. It teaches us to pursue what is good, avoid what is harmful, and accept indifferent matters based on personal preference. To stray from virtue would be to promote harmful behaviors like stealing, disrespecting others, or acting recklessly. On the other hand, actions that are considered indifferent, such as taking a leisurely walk, do not fall within the framework of these moral principles. The Stoics believed that virtues offered more than just personal growth. They fostered a state of inner peace and composure. By aligning our actions with these virtues, we ensure that we are always moving along the righteous path, guided by reason, which leads to a calm and serene mind. The second lesson encourages us to adopt a broader perspective, which ties back to a quote from Marcus Aurelius. He advocates for looking at the larger picture and seeing things from a panoramic view. This shift in perspective is essential for achieving mental clarity. In the midst of life's chaos, it is easy to feel overwhelmed by every challenge and problem, as if the weight of the world is upon us. Imagine being part of a dense crowd. It might seem as though the entire city is suffocating in congestion. However, a small change in viewpoint can reveal an entirely different reality. In this sense, when we detach ourselves and look at the world from a greater distance, we come to realize just how small our personal struggles are in the grand scheme of things. Recognizing that our experiences and viewpoints are just one among many can be eye-opening. For instance, someone who has had a negative encounter with dogs might find it hard to understand how others view them as beloved companions. Taking the time to recognize and appreciate diverse experiences can help us expand our perspective. At times, it is important to ask ourselves what we might be overlooking or failing to fully understand. This self-assessment brings with it many benefits. Consider the decision of whether to stay in your current job or accept a new opportunity elsewhere. This can be a daunting choice, especially when you are unsure if either option will meet your needs. While your current job may provide stability, you may have reservations about the extra responsibilities a promotion might bring. The allure of a higher salary may also tempt you, but it is easy to feel trapped in this dilemma. Beneath this surface dilemma, however, are many possibilities that remain hidden from your view. Have you considered exploring a completely different field or taking on a side project that complements your current role? Sometimes diving into a passion can take your attention away from less exciting tasks. The point here is that many opportunities might be passing you by simply because you have not broadened your perspective. Adopting a panoramic view, rather than focusing solely on the immediate issue at hand, can help you make more informed decisions. Expanding your focus is crucial for forming opinions and making sound judgments. Taking a step back to consider all possible factors in a situation is key to making wise choices. This shift in perspective can also help us see the bigger picture. For example, in the heat of the moment, you might think that littering is insignificant. However, when you broaden your viewpoint to consider the consequences of such actions on a global scale, the smallness of your personal desires becomes clear. The Stoics believed that everything in the world is interconnected, and improving the world ultimately benefits our own well-being. By stepping back and adopting a global perspective, we are reminded of the larger forces at play and the responsibility we have toward the world and others. Finally, the third lesson emphasizes the duality of control, an essential Stoic concept. Marcus Aurelius teaches that true power lies not in the external events we encounter, but in how we respond to them. Recognizing the distinction between what we can control and what we cannot is a source of strength. For example, while we cannot control the weather or the problems of others, we can control our own actions and reactions. This awareness is central to Stoic practice, as it empowers us to focus on what is within our control while accepting what is not. By internalizing this concept, we can cultivate resilience and serenity in the face of life's challenges. as explained by Marcus Aurelius. He reminds us that our true power lies within our minds, not in external events. Recognizing this truth brings strength. The concept of control is all about understanding the distinction between what is within our ability to influence and what is not. For example, things like the weather, traffic problems, or the opinions of others are beyond our control. However, we have control over how we present ourselves when we leave the house and who we choose to spend time with. Therefore, whenever you encounter a situation that stirs up emotions in you, pause and ask yourself, what can I control in this moment? The aspects we can control provide us with a reason to take action, while what is beyond our control must be accepted without allowing it to disturb us. Embracing this mindset is an important part of mastering the duality of control. A key element of this acceptance is the Stoic principle of amor fati, which translates to love of fate. When you truly embrace life as it comes, with all its circumstances, you will always find yourself at peace with it. You cannot escape fate or dictate the circumstances that lie beyond your control, but you do have the choice to love your life, no matter what unfolds. Take, for instance, being rejected for a job you've wanted for years. You might initially feel as though there's no way to redeem yourself in such a situation. It's easy to think that because you failed, there's no opportunity left. However, this perspective is flawed. Instead of viewing the failure as purely negative, consider what led to the result and use that knowledge to make better decisions moving forward. If you didn't get the job due to something within your control, such as a mistake or misstep, you can learn from it, improve, and try again in the future. On the other hand, if the rejection was due to factors outside your control, such as nepotism or a personality clash with the hiring manager, then the opportunity never truly existed, and there's no reason to harbor resentment. A key part of accepting fate is distancing yourself from fixed outcomes and external markers of success. For example, if you aspire to be a writer and measure your success by book sales, you're allowing external factors to define your achievements. However, if you base your success on how proud you are of the work you've done or the satisfaction of completing your project, then you are in control of your success. Striving for your goals is important, but it's essential to recognize that success may not always be realized in the way you expect. Accepting this possibility and focusing only on what you can control will bring you peace, no matter the outcome. Lesson number 4 emphasizes the importance of training your perception. Marcus Aurelius advises us to choose not to feel hurt by external events and challenges us to take control of how we perceive the world. We often judge everything around us, people, events, situations, and label them as good or bad, interesting or boring, beautiful or ugly. This habit, though largely unconscious, can drain us and negatively affect our lives. For example, if you have a difficult day and label every encounter as terrible, you may find yourself viewing the entire day through a negative lens. Such judgments influence our emotions, and often those emotions cloud our reasoning. When we interpret situations emotionally, we allow ourselves to be controlled by feelings rather than by logic. The Stoics urge us to be cautious when making judgments, advocating for a more measured and thoughtful approach. One way to do this is by challenging your initial judgments and trying to see things from a more optimistic and rational perspective. For instance, if you find a party boring, instead of viewing it as a waste of time, consider it an opportunity to explore a new environment or meet new people. Even if you don't connect with anyone, you've still approached the situation without expecting it to be negative, which helps in maintaining a more positive mindset. This method of reserving judgment and considering alternative perspectives can be especially helpful in difficult situations. As part of cultivating a Stoic outlook, you can turn obstacles into opportunities. For example, if a new colleague struggles to learn quickly and makes mistakes that affect the company's performance, it might cause frustration. However, this situation can also be seen as an opportunity to develop patience, improve your teaching skills, and learn how to integrate new people into the team effectively. These skills will ultimately benefit you in the long run and contribute to long-term success. Marcus Aurelius famously said that, "What hinders action becomes action," meaning that what stands in your way can also be the path to growth. By adjusting your perception, you will realize that life is simpler and clearer than you initially thought, and the annoyances of the past will have much less of an impact on you. Lesson number 5 focuses on learning to control your emotions. Marcus Aurelius cautions us not to let our emotions take over and override our rational thinking. Acting impulsively out of anger, frustration, or other intense emotions often leads to regret and confusion. When our emotions rule us, they cloud our judgment and prevent us from acting thoughtfully. Therefore, one of the most crucial skills you can master is the ability to control your emotions. Among all emotions, anger is especially destructive. Contrary to popular belief, controlling your emotions doesn't mean suppressing them. You can't simply ignore the anger that arises from betrayal or hurt. Instead, Stoicism teaches that you should channel that anger constructively. When you feel angry, instead of reacting impulsively, like yelling at the person who hurt you, ask yourself whether such a reaction will improve the situation or alleviate your pain. Often, it will not. Instead, consider ways to express your anger more productively, like calmly talking to the person who upset you, explaining how you feel, and attempting to understand their perspective. Alternatively, you might find peace through physical exercise, journaling, or other activities that help release pent-up emotions in a healthy way. Similarly, emotions like anxiety or fear is often something we cannot simply suppress, but instead, we can redirect these emotions in a healthier direction. Rather than letting anxiety overwhelm us, we can choose to view it as a personal challenge and use it as a motivator to take action. By acknowledging anxiety and its presence throughout the process, we can approach situations with a clear mindset. For instance, if you feel immense fear about asking your boss for a raise, this fear may prompt you to avoid taking the necessary action and let your anxiety control you. However, this doesn't have to be the only way to view the situation. Instead, fear can be expressed in a constructive manner and even become a source of motivation. Fear might cause you to think about all the possible things that could go wrong, which could help you consider all the questions your boss might ask. By preparing for these scenarios, you can develop a plan for each possible response. In this way, fear not only prepares you but also drives you to improve, making you more resilient in the face of challenges. Fear serves as a powerful force that pushes you forward, helping you prove to yourself that you can take action, even with fear as your companion. Throughout this process, you can be mindful of your anxiety, recognizing how it empowers you to continue pushing forward. When you learn how to redirect intense emotions effectively, you can achieve a sense of inner peace, no matter the external circumstances. By controlling your emotions, you can maintain clear thinking, which is essential for making wise decisions and preserving your peace of mind amidst the chaos of life. It's common to feel overwhelmed by emotions, anxieties, and situations that seem beyond our control, while constantly yearning for peace and joy. Stoicism provides a timeless guide that helps us navigate these emotional labyrinths and find inner tranquility, even in the face of external challenges. If this is your first time visiting my channel, I encourage you to subscribe and like the video, as it will help me continue to create more valuable content. In this journey of philosophical reflection, we will explore how embracing the idea that disturbances don't need to affect us can lead us to genuine peace. Stoicism, with its roots in ancient Greece and Rome, offers a practical approach to life's difficulties. It teaches us how our reactions and perspectives, guided by wisdom and rationality, can shape the way we handle challenges. Throughout this video, we will dive into the key principles of Stoicism and learn how emotional composure serves as a shield against adversity. We will explore how the discipline of thought liberates us from the tyranny of uncontrollable emotions, and how detachment enables us to approach life with openness and flexibility. By studying the teachings of historical philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, we will understand how to accept reality and use adversity as a tool for growth. Stoicism empowers us to choose our responses in any situation. This ancient philosophy is not only a set of teachings, but also a compass that helps us find inner peace in an ever-changing world. Join us as we embark on a journey of self-discovery and transformation, uncovering how adopting a calm, unwavering attitude can lead us to serenity, allowing us to navigate life's challenges with grace and poise. Now, let's begin by understanding Stoicism in a deeper way. To truly grasp the core of this philosophy, it is important to build a solid foundation of its fundamental principles. Stoicism is more than just an ancient philosophy. It is a guide that helps us endure life's storms while finding peace, regardless of external circumstances. As we discussed earlier, one of the key principles of Stoicism is distinguishing between what we can control and what we cannot. Stoics emphasize the importance of recognizing the limits of our control, as much of human suffering arises from our attempts to influence things that are beyond our reach. Rather than expending energy on what we cannot control, we are encouraged to focus on what we can directly influence: our thoughts, attitudes, and actions. For Stoics, it is not the events themselves that truly affect us, but rather how we respond to them. Developing the ability to maintain a calm and controlled mind requires learning to approach situations with wisdom and rationality rather than being driven by impulsive emotions. This mindset empowers us to face adversity with intelligence and grace, regardless of how challenging the circumstances may be. Another fundamental principle of Stoicism is accepting the ever-changing nature of life. Life is full of inevitable ups and downs, and rather than resisting these changes and difficulties, Stoics urge us to embrace them. By accepting the impermanence of life, we find serenity even amidst adversity. Recognizing that change is a natural part of the human experience allows us to adapt and grow. The concept of virtue is central to Stoic philosophy. Stoics believe that living a virtuous life is the key to happiness and inner peace. By cultivating qualities such as wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage, we align ourselves with our true nature and live harmoniously with the world around us. These virtues guide our decisions, helping us to maintain moral integrity even in the most challenging circumstances. In summary, the foundational principles of Stoicism teach us to distinguish between what we can and cannot control, regulate our emotional reactions, accept change as part of life, and live ethically. By establishing this strong foundation, we can continue to explore the deeper lessons and practices of Stoicism and discover how adopting the mindset of acting as though nothing can disturb us leads to lasting inner peace and emotional resilience, no matter the challenges we face. One of the most invaluable tools in Stoicism for achieving inner peace is detachment. Detachment frees us from the grip of desires and expectations, allowing us to maintain emotional balance and serenity. Let's examine in greater detail how detachment can guide us on our journey toward emotional peace. The practice of detachment teaches us not to become overly attached to the outcomes of our actions. Instead of obsessing over specific goals or results, we focus on giving our best effort in every situation. By accepting whatever comes our way with a sense of serenity and without excessive expectations, we free ourselves from the stress and anxiety associated with the fear of failure. This mindset allows us to see every experience as an opportunity to learn and grow. Practicing detachment makes us more flexible and open to the possibilities that life presents. When we are not rigidly tied to a specific outcome, we remain receptive to new opportunities, and we can explore various paths to personal growth. This approach enables us to navigate life with greater ease, as we are not constrained by the need for control. Detachment also helps us live in the present moment, freeing us from the constant worry about the future. By letting go of anxiety about what is yet to come, we can fully immerse ourselves in the here and now. This present moment focus brings us closer to inner peace, as it allows us to appreciate the simple joys of life and find meaning in our everyday experiences. Life is filled with uncertainties and unexpected challenges. Detachment provides us with a solid emotional foundation that helps us sail through these turbulent waters with grace and serenity. By releasing ourselves from the need for control and letting go of our attachments, we are better able to navigate the unpredictability of life with confidence and composure. Practicing detachment offers a stable foundation, an emotional anchor that allows us to move through life's storms with poise and serenity. When we release the resistance and the internal struggle against what is beyond our control, we begin to uncover a deeper tranquility. This inner peace empowers us to confront challenges with thoughtful calm instead of being overwhelmed by waves of anxiety. In essence, detachment involves loosening the emotional knots that tie us to outcomes and expectations. This emotional freedom relieves us of excessive worry and enables us to embrace uncertainty with open arms. By letting go, we cultivate a mindset that is less anxious about results and more receptive to new paths, discovering peace amid chaos. To practice detachment is to adopt the attitude that nothing external can truly disturb our inner state, a core Stoic belief that calls us to meet life's changes with elegance and composure. This practice requires the discipline of thought, a foundational Stoic tool that helps us shape our inner world and cultivate a calm, balanced existence. Cultivating the discipline of thought begins with the simple but profound act of becoming aware of our thoughts. It calls us to become mindful observers of our own mental processes, witnessing how we react to situations and recognizing how those reactions shape our emotional landscape. This heightened awareness helps us better understand the roots of our emotional responses and allows us to pause before reacting. When our minds fall into patterns of negativity, the discipline of thought urges us to challenge those automatic interpretations. It invites us to question whether our perspective is skewed and encourages us to adopt more balanced and objective views. By broadening our perception, we reduce the tendency to overreact and instead respond with greater clarity. Once we recognize these distorted or harmful thoughts, we are called to actively shift them. The discipline of thought becomes a process of transformation. We replace the self-defeating narratives with rational, life-affirming affirmations. These positive mental habits stabilize our inner world and prepare us to approach life's difficulties with a composed, thoughtful mind. At the heart of this practice lies a focus on what we can control. Instead of pouring our energy into things beyond our influence, we learn to direct our attention toward our own actions, decisions, and attitudes. By releasing the grip on the uncontrollable, we preserve our mental energy for what truly matters: our responses and the way we carry ourselves in the face of life's trials. Gratitude and reflection also play a vital role in this discipline. Taking time to appreciate what we have and reflecting on our progress fosters a healthier mindset. Gratitude lets us savor the simple joys, while reflection helps us extract wisdom from our experiences. Together, they anchor us in the present and illuminate our personal growth. In summary, the discipline of thought equips us with the tools to reshape our minds into sanctuaries of peace and lucidity. Through mindful awareness, challenging harmful interpretations, and embracing gratitude, we lay the groundwork for a resilient, stoic mind. This inner strength helps us remain composed in the face of difficulty and move ever closer to a state where nothing external can disturb our peace. At the very core of Stoic philosophy is emotional serenity, the deep and abiding calm that allows us to remain composed, even in the face of emotional turbulence. This virtue reveals itself in various ways. It enables us to maintain a sense of stillness when adversity strikes, shielding us from the storms of emotional chaos. Rather than being consumed by panic or pulled into rage, we build the capacity to stay grounded and present. This composure grants us the gift of perspective, especially when navigating life's most testing moments. The Stoics understood that while we cannot control all of life's events, we do have full authority over how we respond. Emotional serenity empowers us to meet challenges with grace and mindfulness instead of reacting impulsively. This mastery over our reactions becomes a cornerstone for managing life's chaos with wisdom and calm. The Stoic perspective also encourages us to look beyond fleeting events. What truly holds weight is not the temporary pain or pleasure, but the integrity of our actions over time. Keeping this long-term view in mind helps us avoid dramatic responses to minor setbacks and instead focus on cultivating emotional stability. Emotional serenity does not merely apply in hardship. It also calls us to maintain balance in times of joy. It teaches us not to become enslaved by momentary pleasures or discouraged by pain. This emotional moderation leads to a more enduring and genuine peace, one that is not swayed by the highs and lows of life. True serenity is not about suppressing emotion, but rather learning how to respond to our emotions wisely. Through this journey, we grow in self-awareness and become capable of choosing our reactions. This conscious response nurtures a deeper understanding of ourselves and our relationship to the world. In conclusion, emotional serenity allows us to stay centered, manage our impulses, adopt a long-range perspective, and uncover a profound inner wisdom. With this virtue, we begin to live with an unwavering calm, undisturbed by the shifting tides of life. One of the most powerful tools we can use to face life's hardships is the visualization of adversity. While it may seem counterintuitive, imagining how we might endure difficulties actually strengthens our emotional resilience and prepares us to remain composed during trying times. This technique begins with anticipating potential challenges, whether it's a tense conversation, an unexpected setback, or a complex problem. Visualizing these events in advance helps us mentally prepare and reduces the element of surprise that often fuels anxiety. Once we have envisioned a specific scenario, the next step is to imagine our ideal response. We picture ourselves acting with poise, calm, and logic, even in the face of discomfort or resistance. This mental rehearsal builds the emotional muscle needed to avoid impulsive outbursts. Visualization is a form of mental training, enabling us to cultivate the Stoic response before we're even in the situation. Practicing adversity in the mind allows us to develop emotional strength in a safe space, making it easier to respond with stability in real life. Instead of succumbing to stress or anger, we train ourselves to seek solutions and stay composed. Through this process, we also begin to recognize adversity as an opportunity for growth. By mentally overcoming challenges, we build confidence in our inner strength and develop the mindset needed for personal evolution. We no longer view difficulties as threats, but as stepping stones. Additionally, this visualization practice helps ease anticipatory anxiety. When we rehearse our responses in advance, we reduce fear of the unknown and become better equipped to handle whatever arises. Our minds become calmer, more grounded, and ready for the unexpected. In summary, visualizing adversity is not about inviting misfortune, but about preparing ourselves to face it with dignity. By imagining future difficulties, rehearsing calm responses, and practicing emotional resilience, we lay a sturdy foundation for navigating life with strength and clarity. Acceptance of reality is another crucial virtue on the path to Stoic serenity. It acts as a compass, pointing us toward inner peace and emotional balance. Accepting reality does not mean giving up. It means understanding and aligning ourselves with the nature of things. Recognizing what is within our control and what is not is the first and most important step. According to the Stoics, many aspects of life are outside our influence. The weather, the actions of others, or unexpected losses, these are beyond our reach. What remains under our control, however, is our response, our attitude, and our behavior. Accepting reality means turning our focus inward toward these controllable elements. When we stop resisting the parts of life we cannot change, we begin to release ourselves from unnecessary suffering. Resisting what is inevitable only multiplies our pain. On the other hand, acceptance teaches us to let go of the internal struggle and instead embrace life as it is. It encourages adaptation rather than confrontation. This shift in mindset brings with it a deeper sense of peace. We begin to respond to life with understanding, not frustration. Rather than being caught in a constant battle against what is, we learn to flow with life's rhythm. Accepting reality is not weakness. It is the height of strength, as it frees us from illusion and brings us face to face with truth. By recognizing the difference between what we can and cannot control, We liberate our minds from the constant burden of worrying about the inevitable. We stop pushing against the immovable, and in doing so, we release ourselves from unnecessary inner conflict. Resisting reality only intensifies suffering, while accepting it calls us to let go of that resistance and begin to understand what it means to adapt to life's ever-changing nature. This shift offers us deeper peace. Acceptance teaches us how to move in harmony with life rather than resisting its flow, which often leads to mental turmoil and internal wars that serve no purpose. When we fight against the things we cannot change, we drain our energy and invite anxiety into our lives. But by embracing reality as it is, we free ourselves from needless battles and learn to redirect our focus toward what we truly can influence. This redirected energy becomes a powerful force for growth, both personal and collective. It can be channeled into improving ourselves and making meaningful contributions to the world around us. Within this acceptance lies a subtle but profound beauty, an appreciation for the imperfect and the difficult. Life is not flawless. It is filled with challenges, setbacks, and imperfections, yet in these very struggles we can discover beauty and strength. Accepting reality helps us find courage in the midst of adversity and teaches us to value the full human experience. Our flaws, our trials, these are not distractions from life, but essential parts of it. They shape us, offering us lessons that no comfort ever could. By embracing these imperfections, we evolve, we grow, and we find a quiet kind of wisdom that leads to serenity. Choosing to accept life as it unfolds is the first step toward inner peace. It liberates us from the mental wrestling match against circumstances beyond our power. We come to rest in a calmer state of being, less disturbed by stress, less pulled into the chaos of fear and frustration. Serenity becomes our anchor, allowing us to face hardship with grace and calm strength. In the end, acceptance opens the gateway to a deeper tranquility. By understanding what lies within our power and what does not, by letting go of resistance, and by learning to appreciate life's imperfections, we build a stoic mindset, resilient and calm, no matter what life throws our way. In our search for this inner peace, Stoicism teaches us to give generously and to place the needs of others above our own at times. However, we must also be cautious of the shadow side of kindness. While we live in a world where many people give selflessly, some do so to the point of draining their emotional and financial reserves, offering and giving without limits. If you're new here, I invite you to support this message by subscribing and liking the video so I can continue sharing this kind of content. The truth is, excessive kindness can put us at risk in unexpected ways. Today, we explore the hidden costs of being too good, revealing 8 consequences of excessive generosity and 4 Stoic strategies to protect yourself from being exploited. One of the first costs is developing unrealistic expectations of others. The Stoics remind us to accept people and events as they are, not as we wish them to be. When we give from a place of purity, without expecting a return, we guard ourselves from disappointment and emotional turbulence. Picture this. You invest your energy in being helpful and generous, pouring yourself into others without expecting anything back. This sounds noble, and it is, but often, beneath the surface, there lingers a quiet hope that others will meet you with the same spirit of generosity. We hope to be appreciated, to be seen, and to be reciprocated, but what happens when they don't? The problem lies in these expectations. When we anticipate that others will mirror our behavior, we make ourselves vulnerable to disappointment. It's natural to want recognition and appreciation, but the Stoics warn that we cannot control others. We can only control ourselves. Even when we strive to be completely altruistic, a part of us still hopes for some kind of acknowledgement. Unfortunately, when you become the one who always gives, others begin to rely on you to handle not just your life, but theirs too. They assume you'll keep carrying their burdens. Meanwhile, your expectations go unmet, leaving you drained, irritable, and disillusioned. True Stoic wisdom lies in finding fulfillment in the act of giving itself, detached from how others respond. That way, your peace remains untouched by external behavior. Another consequence of excessive generosity is that people may come to expect it from you constantly. The Stoics greatly valued moderation, and this principle becomes a vital tool in a world full of endless demands. Rather than giving in to everyone's requests, Stoicism encourages us to give wisely and in moderation. This way, we maintain control over our energy and avoid burning ourselves out emotionally. People are quick to adjust to comfort. When we constantly rescue others, we enable them to remain in their comfort zones without facing the hard truths or challenges that prompt growth. This isn't just bad for them, it's bad for us too. When we take on too much for others, we end up pushing our own needs aside. We become trapped in a cycle of endless giving, drained of energy and emotionally worn down. Practicing balanced generosity is key. When we set limits on what we give, we not only preserve our peace of mind, but also give others the chance to step up and take responsibility for their lives. If people get used to receiving from you all the time, they'll begin to expect it as the norm. Generosity is essential, but so is balance. Clear boundaries allow us to remain whole and grounded. When we give from a place of balance, we nourish both others and ourselves. Another serious cost of unchecked kindness is that your own priorities will begin to fade into the background. The Stoics believed in living according to reason and virtue, which includes recognizing and prioritizing your own core responsibilities. When we don't set boundaries, we often sacrifice our authentic needs in favor of others' expectations. If you constantly give yourself to other people's problems, it may be because you're trying to escape from your own inner discomfort, fear, loneliness, or unresolved pain. These emotions, emptiness, the silence that echoes too loudly, the longing for connection, can be difficult to face. In trying to avoid them, we may throw ourselves into helping others. But in doing so, we abandon ourselves. Over time, our inner voice becomes drowned out by outside demands. And when we are finally left with only our own company, the very emotions we tried to escape come rushing back stronger than before. We must realize that taking care of ourselves isn't selfish, it's necessary. Attending to our own needs is an act of preservation, not neglect. The Stoics teach us that boundary setting is not an act of ego, but a form of virtue. It allows us to live authentically and meaningfully. So next time you feel the urge to avoid your own pain by losing yourself in service to others, pause. Acknowledge the discomfort. Sit with the silence. Embrace your feelings with compassion. Honor your own needs and desires. When you begin to live from that place of self-honesty, you become a stronger, fuller version of yourself, able to offer genuine, balanced kindness to others without losing yourself in the process. Finally, another danger of being overly kind is that people may start to perceive you as weak and treat you accordingly. Stoicism encourages us to develop inner strength, self-mastery, and clear boundaries. When we allow others to overstep those boundaries, not only do we risk emotional exhaustion, but we may also send the message that our time, energy, and well-being are secondary. This perception can lead others to take advantage of us or undermine our authority. Stoicism isn't about building walls or being cold-hearted. It's about showing up with clarity, self-respect, and a deep understanding of what we can offer without losing ourselves. It's about protecting our energy so we can continue to be of service in a way that uplifts rather than diminishes our spirit. When you choose to live with authenticity, you not only develop a strong sense of internal stability, but also find yourself able to give to others in a way that is generous, balanced, and rooted in sincerity. This kind of giving comes from a place of emotional fullness, not obligation or depletion. However, in contrast, when you overextend yourself, you risk being seen not as generous, but as weak, and, unfortunately, treated accordingly. Stoic philosophy teaches us the importance of cultivating inner strength and exercising self-control through boundaries and disciplined action. When you constantly offer help without limits, you might be perceived as an authority in that domain due to your involvement. Yet ironically, the lack of personal boundaries can project vulnerability instead. Others begin to interpret your willingness to take on their responsibilities as a sign that you are someone who will never say no, and instead of appreciating your support, they start to exploit it. This can lead to a cycle of emotional and physical exhaustion where you feel perpetually overwhelmed and frustrated. But something remarkable happens when you begin to say no, calmly, firmly, and respectfully. People's perception of you starts to shift. You're no longer seen as the person who will silently shoulder any burden. Instead, you become someone who values yourself enough to establish boundaries. That simple shift is profound. It sends a powerful message. You are someone who deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. The way others see you transforms. You're no longer vulnerable to endless demands, but are recognized as someone strong, someone capable of standing up for themselves. Respect is earned not just through acts of kindness toward others, but also in how you care for and treat yourself. By maintaining healthy boundaries and exercising self-discipline, you're making it clear that your well-being matters. So, the next time you're faced with a situation that tests your limits, remember the incredible power of the word no. In saying it, you're not rejecting others, you're affirming your own worth. Interestingly, people might begin to approach you only when they need something. When you become the person who helps without hesitation, it's inevitable that others will take notice. But this attention isn't always pure. Friends who once saw you as an equal may start to view you more as a resource than a companion. Invitations to joyful gatherings or moments of relaxation may stop coming your way. Instead, they reserve your company for moments when there's a need to be met. This change, though painful, isn't shocking when viewed from a Stoic lens. People often don't invite colleagues or acquaintances to fun outings. They reserve those moments for close friends or loved ones. This shift in how you are treated can feel unfair and disheartening. You might wonder why your generosity seems to be met with exclusion. Yet, Stoicism challenges you to see this as an opportunity for discernment. It teaches you to distinguish between those who value you for your presence and those who only appreciate what you can give. The philosophy does not encourage cynicism or distrust, but rather a deeper understanding of human behavior. With discernment, you can be more intentional in your giving. You can choose to support those who truly need and value your help. This not only conserves your own energy and emotional resources, but also allows you to be surrounded by people who recognize and appreciate you as a whole person, not merely as a giver. This is how we live by Stoic values, through self-awareness, self-discipline, and purposeful generosity. It allows us to maintain peace even in the complicated realm of human relationships. When your giving becomes indiscriminate, you may start attracting people who only know how to take. Stoicism teaches that our thoughts and behaviors emit a kind of energy, a frequency that resonates with others. When we are emotionally healthy and balanced, we radiate a high vibration that draws similarly positive and generous individuals toward us. But when we give to the point of depletion, emotionally or physically, our energy falters. That low vibration begins to attract people who are themselves needy, opportunistic, and incapable of reciprocal relationships. Rather than mutual support, these relationships become one-sided, draining your energy even further. Instead of drawing people who uplift you, you begin to find yourself surrounded by those who only wish to benefit from your emotional availability and generosity without offering anything in return. The key, according to Stoic wisdom, lies in discernment and moderation. You must learn to identify when your giving crosses into the territory of self-sacrifice and begins to erode your well-being. By establishing clear limits and exercising restraint, you maintain your energy and keep your frequency high. This invites into your life those who are authentic, who appreciate you, and who are capable of mutual respect and support. In being mindful of how and to whom you give, you ensure that your relationships are grounded in honesty, integrity, and reciprocity, essential Stoic principles that promote genuine human connection. There's also a danger that you might unknowingly slip into addictive behaviors. The Stoics warned us about the risks of addiction, not just to substances, but to emotional patterns and habits that disrupt balance and harmony in our lives. When you give excessively and feel constantly drained, you may begin seeking relief through unhealthy means. Overeating, drinking, gambling, or compulsive habits can sneak in as ways to cope with the overwhelming weight of emotional fatigue. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-awareness and moderation. If someone close to you notices these patterns and expresses concern, their words may be difficult to hear at first. It's natural to feel defensive or dismissive when confronted, but the philosophy encourages us to receive such observations with humility and gratitude. These expressions of concern often come from a place of deep care. Listening to them is an act of wisdom, one that reflects your commitment to personal growth and inner strength. By accepting and acting on these concerns, you demonstrate a powerful Stoic principle in real life, taking responsibility for your well-being. This commitment not only protects you from falling deeper into destructive habits, but also propels you toward a more meaningful and fulfilling existence. Yet one of the most surprising consequences of being genuinely kind is that you may arouse suspicion rather than admiration. Stoicism reminds us to act with virtue regardless of how others may see us. When we live aligned with our principles and values, we build a reputation that is resilient, even when met with doubt or misjudgment. Still, it's a sobering truth that genuinely kind people are rare in this world. Because of that, when you show genuine kindness, people might not respond with gratitude. Instead, they may question your motives. Your goodness might not be met with warmth, but with doubt. And sadly, It often doesn't take long before your authentic intentions are misunderstood. This doesn't necessarily mean that you are surrounded by untrusting individuals. More often than not, you are simply dealing with realists, people who have learned to be cautious. Overly enthusiastic individuals sometimes mask their darker motives behind a facade of kindness, and because of this, many choose to keep their distance and reject the help that's offered. To avoid being used or taken for granted, it's important to understand how to protect yourself. One essential approach is to listen to your inner feelings. This idea aligns with the Stoic philosophy of self-awareness. Tuning into your emotions allows you to reflect on your own behavior and assess how your actions are impacting you. The Stoics emphasized self-examination as a way to better understand our responses and needs. By observing your emotional state, you can recognize if you are giving too much and wearing yourself out emotionally. This awareness helps you shift your behavior and find a more sustainable and healthy balance. Ask yourself how you truly feel when helping others. Helping others at your own expense is often seen as a noble act, but if doing so leaves you feeling drained, frustrated, or used, then you must take those feelings seriously. If something that is not your responsibility causes you significant discomfort, you owe it to yourself not to ignore it. Instead, acknowledge how the help you are offering is affecting your overall well-being. Another key strategy is to let go of your fear of saying the word no. This also reflects a Stoic mindset. It's vital to understand that your time and energy are valuable resources and must be used wisely and in balance. Saying no when you're overwhelmed or when a request seems unreasonable is an act of self-control. Although many people associate the word no with rejection or negativity, refusing certain requests is necessary for preserving your emotional and mental health. Without learning to say no, life can become filled with frustration and resentment. When someone asks more of you than you are willing or able to give, rehearse saying no. Practice in front of a mirror if necessary, and remind yourself that setting limits is the only way to reclaim your time and avoid unnecessary emotional risks. It's also crucial to recognize that you deserve your own time and space, and these should be respected. In line with Stoic values of self-discipline and personal respect, creating and protecting time for yourself is non-negotiable. Whether it's reading, drawing, practicing yoga, or simply sipping tea while listening to your favorite music, prioritize activities that nourish your spirit. Aim to finish your obligations efficiently so that you can indulge in this restorative time. Treat this personal space with the same importance as any other commitment. Schedule it regularly, whether daily or weekly. And if someone seeks your help during that protected time, they should be respectful of your boundaries. If they are not, do not hesitate to decline without guilt. Of course, if you wish to be more flexible, you can offer to assist them at another time, but always make it clear that your availability has limits, because your life and well-being matter too. Another important consideration is learning to identify and distance yourself from energy vampires. These are individuals who, whether intentionally or not, consistently drain your emotional energy. Using Stoic principles of discernment and self-discipline, evaluate your relationships carefully. Ask yourself if certain people uplift or deplete you. Distancing yourself from those who constantly take without giving back is a powerful act of self-care and emotional wisdom. If you try to help someone who thrives on negativity, it likely won't succeed. These individuals tend to dwell on complaints, misfortunes, and a bleak worldview. They often have no real intention of resolving their problems because doing so would rob them of the opportunity to complain, something they rely on. This mindset goes against Stoic values, which advocate for personal responsibility and inner strength. Stoicism also teaches that moderation is key. This applies to generosity as well. If you give too little, you may come across as stingy or uncaring. On the other hand, if you give too much, you risk depleting not just your energy, but possibly your financial resources too. Therefore, aim to find the middle ground. Balance is essential when deciding how much to give and how much to hold back. Don't hesitate to embrace the gray area, a space where you can support others while still taking care of yourself. And when you're unsure, fall back on the empowering word, no. It's a small word, but it can protect your time, your peace, and your energy. Especially beware of situations that seem to demand a rushed yes, like someone offering you a ride from a car window. Always trust your instincts. And if you found this video valuable, make sure to like, subscribe, and leave a comment to let us know. Your support helps us continue creating helpful content for people just like you. Today, we're diving into a topic that I'm sure many of you will find very interesting: how to detoxify our minds and stop overthinking everything. It sounds like something we all could use, right? There are times when our minds feel like a whirlwind, constantly spinning with endless thoughts, worries, and doubts that prevent us from being able to fully enjoy the present moment. But don't worry, because today I'm going to share 16 simple strategies based on Stoic philosophy that will help you free your mind and find inner peace. Imagine this: you're in bed, ready to fall asleep, but your mind is racing with thoughts about work, family, unmet goals, and even the future. You keep tossing and turning, unable to quiet the noise in your head. This is something we've all experienced at one point or another, but it doesn't have to be this way. The Stoics, with their ancient wisdom, teach us that we can train our minds to be calmer and more focused. And that's exactly what we're going to explore today. These 16 strategies, grounded in Stoic philosophy, are designed to help us live a more serene and balanced life. We'll take a closer look at each strategy, explaining not only how to apply them in our daily lives, but also why they work and how they can transform the way we think. To make this even more meaningful, I'll accompany each strategy with a special quote from a Stoic philosopher that will inspire you and help you understand the concept better. Let's start with the first strategy: the power of positive affirmations. This may sound simple, but it's often overlooked, and yet it can have a great impact. Seneca, a well-known Stoic philosopher, once said, "The greatest part of happiness depends on our disposition, not our circumstances." Positive affirmations are statements we repeat to ourselves with the intention of fostering a positive mindset and empowering ourselves. They are important because our thoughts have a profound effect on our perception of reality. If we constantly tell ourselves negative things, we'll begin to see the world in a negative light. However, if we change that internal dialogue and start telling ourselves positive things, our perspective can change drastically. For example, imagine waking up in the morning and the first thought you have is, "Today is going to be a difficult day." That thought will likely influence how you approach the rest of your day. But if instead you tell yourself, "Today I have the opportunity to do amazing things," that affirmation can motivate you and set a more positive tone for your day. Positive affirmations work because they help us reprogram our minds, shifting our focus toward achievement rather than fear. This reduces anxiety and rumination, helping us stay focused on constructive thoughts. I encourage you to start using positive affirmations in your life. Identify areas where you feel insecure or negative and create affirmations that counteract those thoughts. For instance, if you're worried about not being good enough at your job, you might say, "I am capable and confident in my skills." Repeat these affirmations daily, especially in moments of doubt or stress. How do you feel about trying positive affirmations today? I encourage you to pick one that resonates with you and start using it. Now, let's move on to the second strategy: simplifying your life. It might seem like an obvious concept, but it's something we often forget to do. Seneca also said, "It is the mind that does good or evil. It is the mind that makes us unhappy or happy, rich or poor." In our modern world, we are surrounded by complexity. We have too many possessions, too many tasks, and too many worries, all of which contribute to an overloaded mind. Simplifying our lives means reducing excess in all its forms, whether it's material things, commitments, or even unnecessary thoughts. Take a moment to think about your home. How many things do you own that you don't really need? Each additional object is a mental burden. The same principle applies to our daily activities. Sometimes we commit to too many things, leaving us feeling overwhelmed. By simplifying, we create more space in our lives and in our minds. This is effective because eliminating unnecessary distractions reduces the number of things we need to think about. The fewer things we have to worry about, the fewer decisions we need to make, and the less mental clutter we have to manage. This opens up more time and energy to focus on what truly matters. Start by decluttering your environment. Get rid of things that you don't need or that don't bring you joy. Then take a look at your commitments and see if there's anything you can simplify or delegate. Lastly, try simplifying your thoughts by practicing mindfulness and focusing on the present moment. This will help reduce mental clutter and bring a sense of calm to your life. Let's move on to the third strategy: limiting the information you consume. In today's digital age, we are constantly bombarded with information. While some of it is valuable, much of it is not. This constant influx of information can overwhelm our minds and prevent us from being present. By limiting the amount of information we take in, we can reduce unnecessary distractions and maintain better focus. This approach can be particularly challenging in today's digital age, but it is crucial for our mental well-being. As Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts." Our thoughts are deeply influenced by the information we take in, and in a world flooded with constant streams of news, social media, emails and messages, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. All of this competing for our attention can lead to information overload, leaving our minds feeling cluttered and stressed. By limiting the information we consume, we can alleviate this mental noise. To start, be more selective with the sources of information you engage with. Choose only those that genuinely add value to your life, and avoid the ones that only contribute to stress or anxiety. Another effective step is setting time limits for your use of electronic devices. For example, you might decide to check the news just once a day or restrict your social media use to certain times. This approach works because by reducing the information we consume, we allow our minds to breathe and have more space to process the things that truly matter. This creates room for deeper thinking and creativity. The fourth strategy encourages the development of a regular exercise routine which benefits both our mind and body. Seneca once said, "The mind is anxious for the future, it is miserable." Exercise serves as an excellent way to calm that anxiety and clear our minds. Not only does regular physical activity improve our physical health, but it also has a significant positive impact on our mental health. When we exercise, our body releases endorphins, the chemicals that make us feel good and reduce stress. Exercise can also help us clear our minds as it shifts our focus from worries to movement and breathing. Imagine starting your day with a run, feeling the fresh air against your skin, the rhythmic movement of your feet on the ground, and your mind starting to clear. As you run, the worries about work or personal issues fade into the background. You're simply enjoying the moment, which is a great way to practice mindfulness while also taking care of your body. This works because exercise not only enhances physical fitness, but also helps us manage stress and anxiety more effectively. Furthermore, it provides a sense of accomplishment and well-being, which improves our overall attitude toward life. It's highly beneficial to incorporate more physical activity into your daily routine. The fifth strategy is daily meditation. Though this practice may seem simple, it has a profound impact on our mental clarity. Meditation is a powerful tool to calm the mind and reduce an excess of thoughts. It involves taking some time each day to sit in silence, focus on your breathing, and observe your thoughts without judgment. Through this practice, we train our minds to become more present and less reactive. Picture yourself finding a quiet space, sitting comfortably and closing your eyes. As you breathe deeply, you focus on the sensation of the air entering and leaving your lungs. If your mind starts to wander, you gently guide it back to your breath without self-criticism. This regular practice helps reduce stress and anxiety, allowing you to better manage the challenges of daily life. It works because meditation teaches us to observe our thoughts without becoming attached to them. Over time, this creates mental space, helping us see things more clearly and with less emotional attachment. It also reduces the volume of overwhelming thoughts and leads to a more calm and focused mind. The sixth strategy is about setting clear limits. This is crucial for maintaining peace of mind. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, reminds us, "No one can hurt you without your consent." This wisdom applies to our ability to establish boundaries in life. Setting boundaries means being clear about what you are willing to accept and what you are not, including your time, energy, and relationships. Without clear limits, we can become overwhelmed and resentful as we allow others' demands to take precedence over our own well-being. Imagine you are at work and your boss asks you to stay late for the third time in a week. Setting a boundary could mean respectfully saying, "I understand this is important, but I also need time to rest and recharge. I cannot stay late today." At first, this may feel uncomfortable, but it is vital for your health. This strategy works because when we set clear limits, we protect our time and energy, which allows us to focus on what really matters. Establishing boundaries reduces stress and anxiety, and it fosters healthier relationships. So, what do you think? Are you ready to start setting clearer boundaries? Let's move on to the next strategy, but before we do, take a moment to reflect on an area of your life where establishing a clear limit could bring you some benefits. Let's now talk about the seventh strategy. Surround yourself with positive people. This is an important aspect of life that can significantly influence our mindset, the people we choose to spend time with. The philosopher who is most powerful is the one who masters themselves. Part of mastering ourselves involves making wise choices about the company we keep. The people we surround ourselves with have a profound impact on our mentality. If we are constantly around negative people, we are likely to absorb that negativity. However, if we surround ourselves with positive people, those who support and uplift us, we also tend to have a more positive outlook. Picture a friend who always manages to find the silver lining and motivates you to do better. Spending time with such a person can leave you feeling inspired and more confident in yourself. On the other hand, spending time with someone who is always negative and complains about everything can drain your energy and bring you down. Why does this work? Because emotions and attitudes are contagious. When we are in a positive environment, we are more likely to feel happier and less stressed. Of course, this doesn't mean we should avoid people who are going through tough times, but we need to be mindful of how their energy impacts us and make an effort to surround ourselves with those who uplift us. Now, let's talk about the 8th strategy. Accept impermanence. This is a key aspect of Stoic philosophy that is essential for peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Observe how many waves of change have passed over you, and you will understand that things which change constantly should not be feared." To accept impermanence is to acknowledge that everything in life, including situations, emotions, and even ourselves, is in a state of constant change. This realization can help alleviate much of our stress and anxiety because it frees us from the illusion that things must remain the same to be good. Imagine facing a challenge in your life that causes you significant stress. Understanding the impermanence of this situation helps you realize that it won't last forever. Everything, both good and bad, eventually changes. By internalizing this truth, you learn not to hold on too tightly to anything, which can bring a great sense of peace. Why does this work? Because when we accept that things change, we become more flexible and resilient. Instead of fighting change, we embrace it and adapt, which reduces unnecessary thoughts and worries as we stop trying to control what is beyond our control. The 9th strategy is to spend time on your hobbies. This is something we often overlook in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Epictetus reminds us that leisure, when combined with meaningful activities, is essential for a fulfilled life. Our hobbies are the activities we are passionate about and that bring us joy. When we dedicate time to these hobbies, we allow ourselves a break from our daily worries and focus on something that makes us happy. This is not just a mental break, but it can also become a source of inspiration and creativity. Imagine you enjoy painting. If you set aside an hour a day for painting, it can be a wonderful way to clear your mind, express your emotions, and reconnect with yourself. It's not about being the best at your hobby. It's about enjoying the process and allowing yourself that time for self-care. Why does this work? Because when we give ourselves permission to engage in activities that bring us joy, we nourish our soul, reduce stress, and help maintain a healthy balance in our lives. Hobbies also offer an excellent opportunity to practice mindfulness as we become fully immersed in the activity at hand. So, what do you think? Are you ready to dedicate more time to your hobbies? Let's now move on to the 10th strategy. But before we do, think of a hobby that brings you joy and how you can integrate it more regularly into your routine. Now, let's discuss the 10th strategy. Learn to say no. This is something many of us struggle with. Yet it is one of the most powerful tools we can develop to protect our peace of mind. As Seneca wisely said, it's not that things are difficult, but that we don't dare to say they are difficult. Learning to say no can help us avoid feeling overwhelmed and resentful. Often, we feel obliged to say yes to every request made of us, whether it's at work, in our families, or within our friendships. However, this can lead to stress and exhaustion. Imagine being asked to take on an additional project at work when you are already at your limit. Saying yes might only add to your stress, but saying no in a firm yet respectful way helps protect your time and energy. Why does this work? Because when we learn to say no, we are protecting our mental well-being and setting healthy boundaries. Saying no allows us to focus on what truly matters without taking on more than we can handle. It enables us to prioritize what truly matters and avoid the exhaustion that comes from overcommitting. Saying no does not mean being selfish. Rather, it is an act of self-care that makes us more effective and happier. By saying no, we protect our time and energy, ensuring we can focus on what is most important. So, what do you think? Are you ready to start saying no when it's necessary? Take a moment to reflect on a recent situation where you could have said no and consider how it might have reduced your stress level. Next, let's talk about the importance of cultivating patience. Patience is a key virtue in maintaining serenity and composure in difficult situations. Marcus Aurelius once said that life is more like a battle than a dance, as we must be constantly alert and prepared for unexpected challenges. Patience is the ability to tolerate delays, problems, or suffering without becoming angry or anxious. In today's fast-paced world, where instant results are often expected, cultivating patience is essential for reducing frustration and stress. When we practice patience, we are better able to handle difficulties and reduce overwhelming thoughts. For instance, imagine you are in a long queue waiting for your turn. Instead of becoming impatient, you take a deep breath and use that time to reflect, observe, or simply relax. Why does this work? Because patience allows us to accept things as they are, without trying to force them to be different. This reduces mental resilience and anxiety, helping us make more informed and thoughtful decisions. Reflect on a recent situation where you could have been more patient and how it would have changed your experience. Now, let's explore the 12th strategy: finding time for nature. Spending time outdoors in nature can have a profoundly calming effect on our minds. Nature offers us an opportunity to disconnect from the noise and busyness of everyday life, reminding us of the beauty and simplicity of the world around us. Imagine taking a walk in the park or hiking through the woods. You feel the fresh air, hear the birds singing, and see the greenery surrounding you. This simple act can help clear your mind, reduce stress, and make you feel more connected to the world around you. Why does this work? Because nature has a restorative effect on our brains, helping us relax and recharge. Moreover, being in nature encourages mindfulness as we focus on our senses and the present moment, allowing us to be fully immersed in the experience. Another important strategy is to take a regular digital break. In our digital age, we are constantly connected to our devices, which can lead to information overload and a constantly busy mind. A digital disconnection involves taking a break from electronic devices and the constant stream of information they bring. Imagine spending a whole day without checking your phone, reading emails, or scrolling through social media. At first it might feel strange, but soon you'll notice a sense of freedom and peace of mind. You will have more time to be present, enjoy activities without interruptions, and reconnect with yourself. Why is this effective? Because disconnecting digitally gives our minds a rest from the constant bombardment of stimuli, reducing stress and anxiety. It allows us to be more focused and present in our lives, and also helps us develop a healthier relationship with technology, using it in a more intentional and mindful way. Finally, let's talk about the power of practicing forgiveness. Epictetus taught that it is not what happens to us, but how we react to it, that matters. Forgiveness is not about justifying the negative behavior of others, but about freeing ourselves from the grip of resentment and bitterness. When we hold on to grudges, we keep the wounds of the past alive, which only causes us more pain. Practicing forgiveness allows us to heal and move forward. Imagine that someone has hurt you. Forgiving them does not mean that what they did was right, but it means that you choose not to let that hurt control your life any longer. By forgiving, you release the emotional charge associated with the incident and allow your mind to focus on more positive and meaningful things. These negative emotions consume a significant amount of our mental energy, leaving us drained and focused on the past. By letting go of grudges and choosing forgiveness, we free ourselves from this weight, allowing our minds to focus on the present and on positive aspects of life. This shift not only lightens our emotional load, but also reduces the frequency of negative thoughts. In turn, we can improve our mental health, making room for more positivity and allowing us to live fuller and happier lives. So, what do you think? Are you ready to embrace the practice of forgiveness? Take a moment to reflect on a situation where forgiving someone could have a profound impact on your life, and think about how that could change your experience moving forward. Next, we move on to the fifth strategy, keeping a personal journal. Writing in a journal is a powerful practice that can help you organize your thoughts and emotions. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, demonstrated how writing can serve as a tool for introspection and achieving mental clarity. By regularly recording your thoughts, you give yourself the freedom to express your emotions, helping you understand them better and find solutions to your problems. For instance, imagine you're feeling overwhelmed by a challenging situation in your life. Writing about it in your journal allows you to explore your feelings, process your thoughts, and consider possible approaches to the issue at hand. This act not only helps you navigate through your emotions, but also alleviates mental burden by transferring your thoughts from your mind onto paper. Why does this work? Because writing organizes our thoughts and offers a fresh perspective, which is incredibly helpful for reducing stress and anxiety. Journaling acts as a form of self-therapy, fostering personal growth and enhancing self-understanding. The final strategy we will discuss is practicing self-compassion. As Shaker often reminded us, we suffer more in our imaginations than in reality. Self-compassion involves treating yourself with the same kindness, patience, and understanding that you would offer to a dear friend. When we make mistakes or face challenges, it's easy to become self-critical and harsh on ourselves. However, practicing self-compassion allows us to accept our imperfections and gives us permission to be human. Imagine you've made a mistake at work. Instead of mentally punishing yourself, you decide to be kind to yourself, telling yourself that mistakes are part of being human and that it's important to learn from them and move forward. This approach not only alleviates stress and anxiety, but also cultivates a growth mindset and resilience. Why is this effective? Because self-compassion helps us manage stress and pressure in a healthier way. Instead of adding unnecessary suffering through self-criticism, we support ourselves with understanding and love, which enables us to recover more quickly from setbacks and maintain a calmer, more balanced mind. Imagine what it would feel like to live without being dependent on anything or anyone for your emotional stability. Imagine being able to maintain your peace without erupting in anger, without losing control, and without letting someone's words or actions have the power to shatter your mood. It may sound impossible, doesn't it? But that's not what I'm here to talk to you about today. What I want to share with you will completely shift the way you view life, not through magic, and certainly not through shallow, positive thinking, but through practical wisdom. This is the same kind of wisdom used by the great Stoic philosophers, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, who faced life's storms without ever letting go of their calm. Think back to the last time you got upset. Maybe someone disrespected you, broke your trust, or maybe it was something as simple as heavy traffic that triggered your frustration. What if I told you that all that anger you felt was actually a choice? Yes, a choice. And if you take to heart what I'm about to teach you, you'll find yourself no longer reacting in those same old ways. But there's a secret, a core principle that shifts everything. In this video, I'm going to walk you through that principle step by step. But before we dive in, I want you to take one small but powerful action. Go down to the comment section and write, "I will never again get angry at anything or anyone." This single act marks the beginning of a real transformation. It's the moment you commit, not to me, but to yourself. So let's begin. The first strategy is to accept the flow of life. Life is always moving, like a river with its rises and falls, moments of serenity and moments of storm. The Stoics teach us that when we fight against what's already happening, when we resist the inevitable, we only cause ourselves unnecessary suffering. Why is that? Because resistance places you in a battle you've already lost. On the other hand, acceptance allows you to embrace life as it is, not as you wish it were. Acceptance doesn't mean giving up or becoming passive. It means recognizing that while you may not have control over external circumstances, you always have control over how you respond and what actions you take. When you fully embrace this mindset, you stop burdening yourself with frustrations that don't serve you. Picture yourself facing an unexpected problem. You can waste energy wondering, "Why me?" Or you can shift your focus to, "What can I do right now?" Acceptance offers mental clarity, helping you make better decisions and freeing you from emotional suffering. It also involves recognizing that everything in life is temporary. Neither happiness nor sadness lasts forever. This deeper understanding helps you savor the good times without clinging to them, and approach the difficult times knowing they too shall pass. To live in the flow of life is to find peace amid change, understanding that you always have the power to choose how you move forward. The second strategy is to stop judging others. Judging people is like carrying around a heavy backpack filled with stones that don't belong to you. The Stoics remind us that most of our judgments are not really about other people. They're reflections of our own unmet expectations, insecurities, or misunderstandings. Every time you criticize or label someone, you're stepping away from the path of your own personal growth. Think about it. Someone does something that annoys or confuses you. Instead of rushing to judge, pause and ask yourself, do I really know their full story? Do I know what struggles they're facing internally? Most likely, you don't. And adopting this perspective allows you to respond with empathy rather than criticism. Letting go of judgment doesn't mean you excuse harmful behavior. It means you understand that people's actions say more about them than they do about you. This shift in perspective not only brings emotional relief, but also improves your relationships. And here's something powerful. When you stop judging others, you also let go of the fear of being judged yourself. The weight of constantly seeking approval lifts, and with that freedom comes inner peace. Rather than spending your energy criticizing others, use that energy to reflect on how you can grow and improve. We are all imperfect. We are all learning. And when you choose compassion over criticism, you contribute to a more understanding world and release yourself from emotional burdens you don't need to carry. It's in this act of letting go that you find true serenity and clarity to focus on what really matters. Before we continue, I'd truly appreciate it if you could like and share this video so it can reach and help even more people. And if you don't want to miss out on future insights like this one, make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell. Now let's move to the third strategy. Control your mind. Your mind can be your strongest ally or your worst enemy. It all depends on how you train it. The Stoics deeply understood this. Everything begins in the mind. What you think shapes how you feel, and eventually how you act. If you don't take the reins of your own thoughts, your mind will quickly become overrun with distractions, anxieties, and negativity that dominate your experience. Controlling your mind doesn't mean trying to forcefully block out every unwanted thought. It means learning to guide them. One essential practice is mindful observation. When a negative thought comes up, don't feed it. Don't merge with it. Step back, observe it without attachment, and let it pass like a cloud in the sky. Meditation is a powerful way to strengthen this skill. Just a few minutes a day focusing on your breath or silently repeating a calming phrase can build your ability to remain steady in difficult situations. This simple habit enhances your mental strength, allowing you to stay grounded even when life throws challenges your way. By learning to observe your thoughts without being controlled by them, you gradually develop a deeper inner peace. You no longer react impulsively. You respond with awareness. And that is the essence of true emotional mastery. This journey is not about perfection. It's about progress. It's about choosing understanding over anger, peace over judgment, and awareness over reactivity. The more you live by these principles, the more freedom you will experience, not just from others, but from your own internal storms. And that, my friend, is how you begin to live with real strength and serenity. Facing challenging situations while learning to train your mind to focus on what truly matters helps you avoid distractions and boosts your productivity. Another key principle from Stoic philosophy is the importance of questioning your thoughts. Not everything that runs through your mind is a reflection of truth. When you catch yourself expecting the worst or worrying about things outside of your control, take a step back and ask yourself, is this thought helping me or harming me? More often than not, you'll discover that you can replace that thought with one that is more constructive and positive. When you gain control over your mind, you also take command of your emotions and reactions. Regardless of what's happening around you, you will always have the power to remain calm and stay focused. Remember, mastering your mind is the foundational step to mastering your life. Another powerful strategy is to let go of the illusion of a perfect world. The world isn't perfect, and expecting it to be will only lead to constant frustration. The Stoics understood that mistakes, setbacks, and difficulties are not only inevitable, but an essential part of human existence. When you stop resisting this truth, you unlock a deep and endless reservoir of peace and clarity. Picture a moment when someone makes a mistake that negatively affects you. Your initial response might be anger or disappointment. But what if you saw that mistake instead as a chance to practice patience and compassion? This shift in perception doesn't just lighten your emotional burden, it also deepens and strengthens your relationships. Accepting imperfection also involves surrendering the need to control everything. No one has the power to eliminate every problem or ensure that things always go according to plan. Rather than wasting energy trying to change what cannot be changed, focus on what you can control, your mindset and your choices. Acceptance does not mean giving up or settling. It means choosing to improve yourself and your world without the unrealistic expectation that everything must be flawless. The real lesson is in finding peace amidst imperfection, both in others and within yourself. When you embrace this mindset, you free yourself from chronic frustration and the stress of impossible standards. In its place, you gain the ability to enjoy the present and meet life's challenges with wisdom and composure. Another transformative Stoic strategy is to take full responsibility for your emotions. Your feelings are not caused by other people or external circumstances. They arise directly from how you interpret and react to those situations. This Stoic teaching is powerful because it hands control of your emotional life back to you. Instead of placing blame on others or events, it encourages self-reflection and personal responsibility. Imagine someone says something hurtful to you. In that moment, you have two choices. You can let their words disturb your peace and react with anger or sadness, or you can recognize that their opinion doesn't define your worth or control your inner calm. The key is to remember that no one can make you feel a certain way without your permission. Owning your emotions also involves letting go of the need for outside validation. Often, our negative feelings stem from unmet expectations. We want others to behave in specific ways or meet certain standards. But when you realize that those expectations are yours alone and not obligations for others to fulfill, you liberate yourself from unnecessary disappointment. This doesn't mean you should suppress how you feel. Instead, it's about understanding your emotions and managing them in a healthier way. If you're feeling frustrated rather than blaming someone else, ask yourself, what thought or belief is fueling this emotion? This act of self-inquiry helps you uncover and challenge the internal narratives that are affecting your mood. When you take ownership of your emotions, you become the author of your inner experience. No matter what's happening outside of you, you always hold the power to choose your response. Practicing this daily doesn't just bring inner peace, it also improves the quality of your relationships and allows for deeper emotional connection. Never forget, your emotional well-being is your own responsibility. The final strategy is to master the art of not reacting. Not every situation in life demands an immediate response. In today's world, we're often expected to react quickly, to reply, to act, to make decisions without pause. But true strength lies in the ability to wait, to breathe, to pause. Practicing the pause, a brief but mighty moment before you speak or act, is a valuable tool. It helps you reclaim control over your emotions and actions. When you're provoked by criticism, disagreement, or a difficult situation, Your first impulse may come from raw emotion. Acting on that impulse can lead to misunderstandings, regrets, or escalation. On the other hand, if you pause, you give yourself the space to assess the situation with clarity. You quiet the emotional noise and choose a response rooted in wisdom. The art of not reacting doesn't mean ignoring or suppressing your emotions. Instead, it means giving them room to be acknowledged and understood before you respond. This habit nurtures patience, self-control, and inner wisdom. It transforms your words and actions into tools that build and uplift, rather than weapons that harm or destroy. Taking that pause also communicates a quiet strength to those around you. It shows that you are not easily manipulated or provoked. It demonstrates that your peace is not up for grabs. When you demonstrate that you're not easily manipulated and can stay grounded even in difficult or high-pressure situations, you're revealing a deep level of emotional maturity and inner resilience. It's a powerful sign that you know who you are and that you can remain centered no matter what's happening around you. Keep in mind that you don't always have to defend yourself, explain your actions, or respond to every provocation. Sometimes, silence speaks louder than any argument. It can be the most profound and impactful response. By learning to choose your words and your battles wisely, you can completely transform how you relate to others and how you perceive life itself. Cultivating the ability to pause before reacting gives you the space to access your higher self, the version of you that responds with wisdom instead of impulse. Within that pause lies the strength to act from clarity, and in that clarity, true power is found. Strategy 7 is about embracing daily gratitude. Gratitude holds the remarkable power to deeply shift the way you experience your life. In a world that constantly urges you to focus on what you're lacking, practicing daily gratitude helps you become more aware of what you already possess. It invites a radical shift in perspective, one that centers on fullness instead of deficiency. The key is to make gratitude a consistent habit, not just an occasional reflection. Each day, take a few minutes to acknowledge 3 things that you're thankful for. These don't have to be grand accomplishments. They can be small, everyday blessings, like a friend's kind smile or the sunshine breaking through after a storm. The goal is to focus your mind on the things that bring you peace and joy rather than dwelling on negativity or scarcity. This simple daily habit allows you to view the world through a more appreciative and peaceful lens, recognizing the abundance that already surrounds you. Gratitude not only fosters inner peace, but it also elevates your relationships by helping you truly value the people and experiences that you might otherwise overlook. By practicing gratitude daily, you cultivate a mindset rooted in abundance rather than lack. The more you train yourself to be thankful, the more reasons you'll begin to find for continued thankfulness. This generates a powerful and expansive cycle of positivity. Gratitude directly enhances your emotional well-being by reducing stress, easing anxiety, and alleviating frustration. It reconnects you with a deeper sense of purpose and fulfillment. Embracing gratitude doesn't mean ignoring life's difficulties. It means seeking out the light, even in moments of darkness. Making gratitude a daily ritual is a simple practice, but one with immense transformative power. When you focus on the blessings already present in your life, you change the way you live, creating a more fulfilled and conscious existence. Strategy 8 encourages you to focus your attention on what you can control. Life is inherently uncertain, filled with elements that lie outside your reach. You cannot control the weather, other people's opinions, or rewrite the past. However, There is one thing that remains firmly within your power: your own thoughts, emotions, and actions. When you shift your energy toward what is within your control, you liberate yourself from the exhaustion and frustration that come from trying to change the unchangeable. The first step is acknowledging that much of the anxiety and stress you experience stems from fixating on things you can't influence, worrying about the future, dwelling on how others perceive you, or replaying past mistakes. These mental habits distance you from the present, robbing you of the ability to respond wisely to what's happening right now. Instead of obsessing over what's out of your hands, redirect your focus toward what you can influence. You hold power over your choices, your responses to situations, and how you face the challenges before you. You can decide how to react to adversity, how to extract lessons from your mistakes, and how to grow stronger through hardship. When you concentrate on what is within your control, you take the reins of your life. You become the foundation of your own peace and emotional stability, no longer relying on external conditions to feel balanced or secure. This mindset allows you to develop greater resilience. Rather than resisting what cannot be changed, you learn to adapt, to navigate life from a place of calm awareness and intentional action. Remember that your energy is limited. Don't waste it on battles that are not yours to fight. Instead, invest it in what is truly within your sphere of influence. By doing so, you will begin to live with greater mindfulness, focus, and inner serenity. Strategy 9 is to practice empathy. Empathy is among the most transformative and powerful abilities you can develop when it comes to building meaningful relationships and resolving conflict. Every person you meet is carrying invisible burdens, personal struggles often hidden behind the faces they present to the world. Before letting frustration or anger take over in difficult interactions, pause for a moment and consider what the other person might be going through. Practicing empathy doesn't mean that you have to agree with someone else's point of view, but it does mean making a sincere effort to understand where they're coming from, their feelings, their life situation, their unique challenges. When you encounter conflict, rather than reacting impulsively, ask yourself, what might this person be feeling right now? What kind of struggles or worries might be influencing their behavior? This conscious effort to understand others allows you to look beneath the surface and respond from a place of compassion rather than judgment. Empathy softens anger and dissolves tension because it fosters deeper human connection. By seeing beyond the immediate situation, you open a path toward resolution and healing. You free yourself from the constant urge to prove a point or assert your own perspective. Instead, you begin to strengthen both your personal and professional relationships. Practicing empathy also nurtures patience and tolerance, helping you recognize that every person has their own journey, their own history, and their own pain. This awareness allows you to respond with greater calmness and grace. By cultivating empathy, you not only become more understanding, you also create space for more peaceful, authentic interactions in your life. Reacting with calmness and constructiveness, rather than escalating a conflict, allows for resolution through greater understanding and mutual respect. When you practice empathy, you not only improve your own well-being, but also positively impact those around you, fostering a more conscious, connected, and humane environment. By making empathy a central part of your daily life, you contribute to creating a more harmonious and supportive atmosphere. Another key lesson is to embrace the transient nature of life. Nothing in this world is permanent. people, moments, and emotions are fleeting. Everything is in a constant state of change, and when you accept this transience, you cultivate a profound appreciation for the present. Instead of holding on to the past or fearing the future, you learn to savor the here and now. Recognizing the impermanence of life also helps free your heart and mind from unnecessary emotional burdens, such as resentment and anger. Although these emotions are natural, they intensify when we cling to past situations. By understanding that all things end, you can release these negative feelings more easily, making it easier to move forward without carrying the weight of the unchangeable. Embracing life's transience also gives you the flexibility to adapt more easily to changing circumstances, offering a greater sense of peace. You come to see that pain, like joy, is temporary. By accepting impermanence, you learn to cherish what you have in the moment, appreciating the beauty in the everyday moments that often go unnoticed. Instead of living in constant anticipation of the future or regret for the past, you learn to live fully in the present, accepting life's ebb and flow with calmness. Another important insight is to practice love and gratitude. Anger is a destructive force that consumes from within, but love and gratitude are the antidotes. This isn't about empty sentimentality, but about adopting a true philosophy of life. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, when you wake up each morning, remind yourself of the privilege of being alive, breathing, thinking, and loving. When you approach each day from this perspective, anger loses its power over you. Love, in this sense, is not romantic or dependent love, but a deep understanding and compassion for humanity. Everyone acts according to their own understanding and circumstances. So, when someone offends you, instead of reacting with anger, ask yourself, does this person truly know what they are doing? Often, the answer is no. By letting go of personal offense, you realize that it's not possible to be angry and grateful at the same time. If you practice gratitude consciously, your mind will stop searching for things to be upset about. For example, when someone cuts you off in traffic, instead of cursing, be grateful that you have a vehicle and the opportunity to drive. If someone speaks ill of you, be thankful that you have the chance to show who you truly are through your actions. The key is in choosing how to interpret every situation. While you can't control the outside world, you can control the meaning you give to it. Gratitude transforms problems into lessons, and love transforms frustration into patience. If you adopt this mindset, anger will have no place in your life. Furthermore, we often fall into the trap of labeling things as either good or bad. Society teaches us to divide the world into categories like just and unjust, noble and vile, right and wrong. But this binary view of the world is simplistic and ultimately frustrating. The Stoics understood a profound truth. No one is entirely good or entirely bad. Every person acts according to their own perceptions, experiences, and limitations. When someone betrays you, lies to you, or treats you poorly, it's not because they are inherently bad. In their mind, they are justifying their actions, perhaps driven by fear, ignorance, or internal struggles. Labeling them as bad only breeds resentment and solves nothing. As Epictetus stated clearly, it's not the person who harms you, but the judgment you place on their actions that causes pain. You are not angry because of what happens to you, but because of the story you tell yourself about it. For example, if someone insults you on the street and you label them as a fool, anger will flood your mind. But if you instead think, maybe this person is having a tough day, you free yourself from the burden of anger. True power lies in accepting reality as it is, without dividing it into extremes. Don't expect the world to behave according to your expectations. People act based on their own reasons, not yours. When you understand this, you stop suffering from their actions. You won't get angry because you realize that everyone, in their own way, is doing the best they can with the tools they have. If you've made it this far, you have not only learned how to free yourself from anger, but have also taken a significant step toward a calmer, more powerful life. The key is in changing your perspective and not allowing external circumstances to control your inner peace. Thank you for watching this video to the end. If you found it helpful, please give it a like and share it with your friends and family. Everyone deserves to live a more peaceful life. Be sure to subscribe for more content on Stoicism and personal growth. And remember, take action now by writing in the comments, "I will never get angry about anything or anyone." This simple but powerful act is the first step toward transformation, and it marks the moment when you commit to a new way of being. I invite you to watch the next video where you will discover another Stoic teaching that can transform your life. See you there. The world is riddled with traps lurking around every corner, all designed to strip you of your strength as a man. Just take a moment to observe the popular Netflix shows being promoted, or consider the kinds of individuals society now places on a pedestal. Virtually nothing escapes the influence of a larger agenda, one aimed at controlling minds. Men are being conditioned, subtly yet powerfully, to accept weakness as a new norm. There's a well-known story that illustrates this perfectly, a story about a lion that I want to share with you. If this is your first time on my channel, I would truly appreciate your support. Please consider subscribing and liking the video so I can keep bringing you content like this in the future. Once upon a time, there was a mighty lion, feared by all who crossed his path. One day, this lion fell deeply in love with a farmer's daughter. But there was a major obstacle. The farmer despised the lion. When he discovered the lion's affection for his daughter, he became determined to prevent their union at any cost. So the cunning farmer devised a plan and summoned the lion. He told the lion that he would only permit the marriage under one condition, that the lion must first remove his sharp claws. To the lion, it seemed like a small sacrifice for such a great reward. So, for the sake of love and with the hope of winning the farmer's approval, he went to a stone and deliberately shattered his own claws. The next day he returned to the farmer, proudly announcing that he was now harmless and ready to claim his bride. But the farmer was not done. He added another condition. The lion must now break off his sharp teeth and fangs. Again the lion agreed, willing to give up even more of himself to attain what he desired. He removed his fangs and teeth, then returned once more. But this time, the farmer did not meet him with kindness. Instead, he attacked the lion and killed him. Now defenseless, the once powerful beast could not protect himself. The very things that had given him strength and identity had been willingly discarded, one by one. This story holds a powerful message. Brothers, the world we live in today is no different. There are forces at play far greater than most of us realize, and they have meticulously crafted a system, a matrix, designed to keep men enslaved to their impulses, their cravings, and their desires. But here's the hard truth. You can blame the farmer, you can point fingers at the elite and the system all you want. But in the end, it was the lion who made the choice to surrender. Voluntary discipline is the sacred virtue every man must embody. whether in his professional ambitions, financial journey, or romantic life. Every man is born with a deep desire to feel powerful, assertive, and in control. This is not arrogance. It's nature. We are wired to strive for strength and direction. Yet many of us have lost touch with this instinct. We fall into habits that strip us of our potential. We willingly hand over our power. Today, men complain endlessly. They squander their money on meaningless pleasures, drugs, pornography, and even apologize for things that don't require an apology. In doing so, they develop habits that weaken them from the inside out. One such habit is mocking others. This isn't a topic that gets much attention, but it's crucial. As a man of high value, you should never elevate yourself by tearing others down. Mocking others in an attempt to look superior reveals insecurity and a lack of respect. Authentic masculinity isn't about dominance over others, it's about self-mastery. Think about the example of crabs in a bucket. When one crab tries to climb out, the others instinctively pull it back down. Similarly, when someone around you attempts to rise, to improve, or to pursue a better life, there are those who feel threatened or envious and try to hold them back. That kind of behavior is neither noble nor productive. If you find yourself making fun of others, understand this: in that moment, you are placing yourself beneath them, period. That doesn't mean you should ignore mistakes or never correct others, but correction should come from a place of guidance, not ridicule. As a man, it is your duty to mentor and uplift your brothers, not to belittle them. Leave behind grudges, hidden motives, or superiority complexes. Instead, offer feedback that helps others grow and evolve. Remember, true strength and confidence are never expressed through mockery. Listen to what Mike Tyson once said. Social media has given people the false courage to speak disrespectfully to others without fearing the consequences, like getting punched in the face. His words are a stark reminder of how disconnected we've become from accountability. Another habit that weakens men is the refusal to accept responsibility. Let's return to the story of the lion and the farmer's daughter. Ultimately, the lion's downfall wasn't caused solely by the farmer's deception. The real reason lies in the lion's failure to embrace his responsibility. His duty was to live as the powerful predator he was created to be. His claws and teeth were not just weapons, they were symbols of his identity and nature. But he chose to abandon that for acceptance. Many of us do the same in our lives. We run from our responsibilities instead of owning them with pride. But responsibilities are not burdens. They are the very foundation of who we are as men. I want you to say this out loud. I will honor my responsibilities with pride because they define me as a man. The moment you decide to escape your duties is the moment you choose to abandon your masculinity. Never forget this truth. The price of greatness is responsibility. Hear it again. The price of greatness is responsibility. This principle not only strengthens your own identity, but it also brings stability and growth to those around you. Responsibility should not be something we avoid or hand off to others. It should be embraced as the very path to fulfillment, greatness, and becoming the men we were always meant to be. There's a tendency among many men today to run from failure. This has become a real challenge in our time. Most men would rather stay in their comfort zone than step into the discomfort required for growth. But remember, real growth often involves pain and is usually disguised behind what we perceive as failure. Think about the well-known story of the man who digs in search of diamonds.
He has no idea how far beneath the surface those diamonds lie, but he keeps digging. At first, it's just more dirt. Every scoop feels like nothing's changing, but with persistence, after hours or even days, he eventually uncovers what he's been searching for. The same is true for us. Brothers, understand that failure is not the end. If you carry the mindset that failure is final, you can be certain you will never achieve anything meaningful. Anything worth having comes with a cost. Let's say you launch a business. In the early stages, you may run into what seems like countless failures, struggling to understand how the business works, learning to attract and retain customers. But if you stay in the game long enough and continue to rise from those temporary setbacks, growth becomes inevitable. It's the same when dealing with women. In the beginning, you might come off as awkward or unsure of yourself. You may not know how to carry a smooth interaction, but your success lies beyond those early uncomfortable moments. These are just small prices a man must pay. Strength demands payment, and the payment is often temporary defeat. Many of us were raised to feel ashamed of our mistakes, to fear failure, and to constantly search for someone to blame. It's not my fault, we say. That person is the reason. These are the thoughts of someone who is not willing to take ownership. I want you to remember this quote. Write it down if you must. A weak man is one who blames his failure on the strength of others. Be sure to follow us on TikTok at Daily Stoic, on YouTube, and on all our social platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. There is another challenge, chasing a mission but blindly following useless or harmful laws. It's easy to spot the difference between a coward and a man of true value. The coward always sides with the majority, even when what they say is obviously wrong. What's worse is that the coward expects men of high value to also submit to these shallow rules and toxic norms. But a man of substance doesn't just follow, he examines, reflects, and decides based on reason and his higher purpose. In today's world, we've been trained not to judge, not to question, and not to stand firm. This mindset is getting out of hand. At this point, many are simply puppets, lab rats of the system, obeying every new agenda and regulation without question. There's nothing wrong with obedience, but only when what you're obeying aligns with your purpose, your calling, and above all, with the law of God. There is no law above that divine standard. Ask yourself, are you easily intimidated? Do you try to please everyone just to avoid confrontation? For some men, learning to say no is incredibly difficult, but if you commit to acting on truth, you'll see that the world doesn't fall apart when you stop complying with everything. I've seen too many men live in fear within their own marriages, acting like their wives are tyrants, afraid to speak their minds or offer correction. That is a perfect example of unhealthy submission, one that strips away masculine strength and leadership. Now let's talk about body language. The concept of non-verbal communication is more important than you might think. This includes things like how you shake hands, your eye contact, the way you sit, how you walk, and how you move when engaging with others. People can often sense whether you're a strong or weak man without a single word being said. In a society that often pushes against traditional masculinity, it's more important than ever for men to be aware of how they carry themselves. Being intentional with your body means consciously projecting strength, confidence, and clarity. Stand tall, walk with purpose. Make solid eye contact when speaking. Be deliberate in your movements and maintain a commanding presence. Your body speaks before your mouth does. It's your first impression, your silent introduction. It has a powerful impact on how people see you and how they treat you.
When you present yourself as a man with confidence and strength through your body language, people are less likely to try to exploit or disrespect you. This is a vital skill for any man who wants to succeed in relationships, business, and life in general. Lastly, let's talk about waste, specifically wasting your most valuable years. We often stress on this channel the significance of your younger years, your 20s and into your 30s. These are your golden years, the prime time to build, to establish, and to grow. Think of a farmer planting seeds. He doesn't expect the fruit to grow the next day. In the same way, your 20s should be focused on sowing, emotionally, spiritually, physically, laying down the roots that will define your future. But here's the most important part. Don't expect to reap the rewards right away. Just keep planting, stay consistent, keep putting in the work. And before you even realize it, those seeds will begin to bear fruit. Don't rush the harvest. Keep planting, keep building, and before long, you'll find that you've created lush gardens and entire forests, environments that will attract the right kind of people, opportunities, and energy into your life. When I talk about sowing, I'm talking about pushing yourself, testing your limits, and challenging who you are now so that you can grow into who you're meant to become. This doesn't mean you have to grind non-stop, working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But it does mean you must remain aware that these early years are when your energy is at its peak, when opportunities to take bold risks are abundant. Take advantage of this season. Especially when you're young, it might feel like you're missing out on social trends or being part of a fast-moving culture when you're choosing instead to invest in yourself. But resist that temptation to blend in or to be distracted. You may not fully grasp it now, but with time and maturity, you'll deeply appreciate the discipline and focus you showed during these early years. To reinforce this truth, listen to what the wisest man who ever lived said about youth. Solomon once wrote these powerful words, "You who are young, be happy while you are young, and let your heart give you joy in the days of your youth. Follow the ways of your heart and whatever your eyes see, but know that for all these things God will bring you into judgment." In other words, enjoy your youth, but also live it with purpose and accountability. Now, let's talk about another common trap, being lazy and unproductive with your time. The way you organize your day, how you manage the hours you've been given, plays a significant role in your personal development. Ask yourself, what time do you go to bed? What time do you get up? How is your day structured? What do you do when you come home from work? These questions are not small details to be ignored until it's convenient. They are fundamental to shaping the life you want. If you're a man seeking growth and success, then every part of your day deserves intentional planning. Consider why the most powerful people in the world are so effective at constructing systems and influence, what some call the matrix. It's because every detail of that system has been carefully planned. In the same way, you must examine your daily life, the people you interact with, the environments you allow yourself to be in, and even the type of content you consume. If you are not intentionally planting strong, purposeful thoughts in your mind, you may unknowingly be giving open access to influences that weaken you from within. Laziness is one of the greatest threats to men today. Many of us have powerful ideas and ambitions about our future, about business, or about the kind of life we want to live. But if we do not take action, those dreams remain unrealized. Laziness has a way of creeping in slowly and subtly. It starts small, but if left unchecked, It spreads like a disease, silently eating away your potential. It holds you back from taking necessary steps and keeps you stuck in place. Always remember, brothers, that laziness only wins against the weak. A man of true value and inner strength quickly learns how to identify laziness within himself and correct it before it takes root. Stay vigilant. Watch for signs of idleness in your life and act against it the moment it shows up. Don't forget this. In modern society, weakness has become a celebrated trait. Weakness is praised and promoted, but strength remains your greatest virtue. Pursue strength relentlessly. Find strength in every situation, in every challenge. And most importantly, never forget that your ultimate source of strength is God. Each day is filled with moments that can shape your growth and push you closer to your goals. But it's up to you to seize those moments with intention and courage. Let your pursuit of strength be both physical and mental. Know that building your spiritual and personal foundation will give you the resilience you need to overcome life's trials. And if this message has resonated with you, support the movement. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Let YouTube know that content like this matters to you, so we can continue making more of it together. Have you ever found yourself wrapped up in the comfort of your blankets, locked in a battle with the alarm clock? Even the great Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius struggled with this same dilemma. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most powerful men in ancient history, wrestled with laziness each morning, just like we do. But he had a secret. In this episode, we're going to uncover the age-old strategies of the Stoics that awaken your sleeping motivation. Discover how these ancient thinkers transform their daily struggles into fuel for greatness. Prepare for a journey through time where we'll uncover how to rise each morning, or rather each day, with renewed drive to pursue our goals and live a life full of purpose and meaning. If you haven't already subscribed, be sure to do so and leave your thoughts in the comments. That small gesture goes a long way in supporting me. Now, let's begin. Let's start with Marcus Aurelius. Every morning, and in every moment, lies a new opportunity, something precious we must not waste. Often we convince ourselves that we don't have enough time, but the real issue is usually our lack of will to use time well. Marcus Aurelius, known as the philosopher emperor of Rome, embodied Stoic principles in action. Unlike emperors before him, Tiberius, who escaped to remote islands, or Nero, who became absorbed in the arts, Marcus fully embraced his role both as a ruler and a human being. In his famous writings, Meditations, Marcus shares timeless wisdom. He writes about dawn, about those moments when it's hardest to rise from bed. He tells himself, "I must get up to do the work of a human being. Why should I complain if I'm about to do what I was born to do, fulfill the tasks for which I was brought into the world?" This passage offers a glimpse into a man engaged in deep internal dialogue, one who is committed to his purpose not out of obligation, but from a profound understanding of his place in the world. Marcus continues, questioning himself. Or was I created to huddle under the blankets and stay warm? He acknowledges the allure of comfort but quickly rejects it. He challenges the idea that comfort should dominate our actions. But it feels good here. Were you born to feel good or to do things and experience life? In these lines, Marcus Aurelius pushes us to reflect on the greater purpose of our lives. He reminds us that we are part of a larger system,
an active part of the grand order of the universe. Look at the plants, the birds, the ants, the spiders, and the bees. They all fulfill their purpose, organizing the world around them in the best way they know how. And yet, we often hesitate to do our work as human beings. Why do we resist doing what our very nature requires? This is more than just a philosophical musing. It's a powerful call to action. It reminds us that our human nature isn't centered on the pursuit of comfort, but on fulfilling our unique purpose in the world. Still, it's crucial to understand that Stoic philosophy, while rooted in duty and discipline, doesn't dismiss the value of comfort and rest in a balanced life. Marcus Aurelius isn't suggesting that we should deprive ourselves of all well-being. Instead, he warns against becoming enslaved by it. True rest and reasonable comfort are essential to our physical and mental well-being. They allow us to recharge and return to our responsibilities with clarity and strength. What Marcus Aurelius teaches us transcends the idea of mere morning motivation. He reveals that true fulfillment comes when our actions are in harmony with our essential nature as rational and social beings. It's not just about checking tasks off a list, but about living in alignment with our higher values and contributing to the greater good. When we face resistance from within, when we're tempted to delay or procrastinate, we should return to Marcus Aurelius's reflection. Ask yourself, am I living in accordance with my nature? Am I doing my part to contribute meaningfully to the world around me? In those questions, and in the honest answers we give ourselves, we find our real purpose and our deepest satisfaction. Time waits for no one. Each day presents a new chance to embrace our human nature and make a difference, no matter how small it may seem. As Marcus Aurelius reminds us, we were not made for idle comfort, but for conscious, deliberate action. Let's rise each day with the resolve of Marcus Aurelius, ready to fulfill our role on the grand stage of life. When it comes to motivation, especially in the face of difficulty, it's essential to remember that our perception plays a major role in shaping our inner strength. Think of learning a new skill. At first, it can feel overwhelming, perhaps even impossible. But those who are dedicated understand that mastery isn't achieved all at once. It requires consistent practice, even if the progress is slow. Every moment of study, every training session, no matter how small, draws us closer to success. It's through this persistence and devotion to purpose that we unlock the true source of our motivation. Progress does not only come from moments of high excitement, but from the capacity to stay motivated when challenges arise. It's important to understand that lasting motivation is not dependent on external circumstances, but rather on our internal mindset. True strength lies in maintaining our motivation, even when things get tough. We often face difficulties, and rather than being discouraged by these challenges, we should see them as opportunities for growth and learning. When embarking on any significant endeavor, whether intellectual, creative, or personal, it's crucial to recognize that motivation is not a constant force. The key to enduring motivation is to cultivate an internal drive based on solid principles, not fleeting emotions. Stoicism teaches us that true motivation isn't solely about achieving goals, but about growing stronger and more balanced through the process. Each challenge we encounter, faced with determination, and each obstacle we overcome with persistence, strengthens our capacity to stay motivated. So, when you feel discouraged, remember the words of Marcus Aurelius. You have power over your mind, not over external events. By recognizing and accepting this, we can tap into the inner strength that Stoic principles help us build. This inner strength becomes the true source of lasting motivation and the path toward achieving great things. When it comes to pursuing excellence and personal fulfillment, many of us wonder how we can maintain the momentum necessary to achieve our goals. Stoic philosophy, with its emphasis on virtue and discipline, offers valuable guidance in this regard. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, reminds us to reflect each morning on the nature of people we might encounter that day, those who are ungrateful, dishonest, or grumpy. This reflection is not meant to breed pessimism, but serves as a reminder to prepare ourselves for the challenges ahead, regardless of our mood at the moment. Take the example of an athlete who commits to daily training. He doesn't wait for the perfect moment of motivation or inspiration to begin. Instead, he simply gets up, puts on his gear, and heads to the gym. The act of starting, putting on his sneakers and getting into the car, kickstarts a process that will lead him to fulfill his daily training goals. Epictetus teaches us that, in life, we must first determine what we want to be and then do what we must to get there. This resonates with the Stoic belief that our actions should align with our highest goals, not with momentary whims. By creating a consistent routine, we build a structure that guides us toward our ideals, even when motivation fluctuates. Stoics like Epictetus emphasize the importance of self-sufficiency and self-discipline, teaching that true freedom is not found in controlling external circumstances, but in mastering ourselves. Through positive habits and a well-structured routine, we regain control over our actions and, by extension, over our destiny. Seneca, in his letters, warns that without a clear purpose in life, one cannot expect to have a productive day. This underscores the importance of knowing exactly what we want to accomplish and structuring our daily activities to achieve those objectives. When we know what needs to be done and have a plan in place, we reduce the need to rely on fleeting feelings of motivation. Imagine a writer who commits to writing for 2 hours every morning, regardless of how they feel. Some days, the words may flow easily. Other days, each sentence may be a struggle. However, by sticking to their routine, the writer ensures consistent progress, overcoming resistance, and cultivating their skill day after day. In essence, Stoic philosophy teaches us that true virtue doesn't lie in sporadic grand gestures of willpower, but in the consistent application of our actions. By embracing discipline and routine, we not only increase our productivity, but also build inner strength that supports us in the face of any challenge. Instead of chasing after motivation as a temporary state, we should focus on developing systems and habits that guide us toward our goals automatically. As Marcus Aurelius wisely advised, action is not something occasional, but a constant habit. It is through consistent practice and adherence to solid principles that we can transform not only our days, but our lives. The difficulty in staying motivated often arises when we lose ourselves in a maze of tasks and obligations that, although they may seem important, lack true meaning. The Stoic philosophers recognized this dilemma long ago, understanding that not all tasks contribute to our higher purpose. The Stoic philosophers recognized a dilemma that many of us still face today. They believed that true happiness could be found in virtue alone, and that our energies should be focused on what truly contributes to our moral excellence. Applying this principle to the pursuit of motivation, we can deduce that our lack of enthusiasm often doesn't stem from the tasks themselves, but from a misguided perception of their importance. For example,
A professional might spend hours answering non-urgent emails or attending unproductive meetings while procrastinating on an essential project for their career. At the end of the day, they feel exhausted and demotivated. Why? Because, on some level, they know that they have squandered their time and energy on tasks that do not truly matter. Seneca, in his letters to Lucilius, warns us that the issue is not that we have too little time, but that we waste so much of it. This observation is particularly relevant in our age, where constant distractions pull us in many directions. To cultivate lasting motivation, we must learn to distinguish between what is essential and what is merely superfluous. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, provides a simple yet powerful tool for making this distinction. He asks us to consider whether an activity is necessary, which serves as a filter for our daily actions, allowing us to focus on what truly matters. By regularly asking ourselves this question, we not only eliminate the unnecessary, but also strengthen our commitment to what is vital. However, it is important to recognize that motivation is not an inexhaustible resource. Just as a wise general doesn't spread his troops thin by fighting unnecessary battles, we must preserve our motivational energy for the challenges that truly matter. By doing this, we not only improve our chances of success, but also discover a deeper sense of meaning in our actions. In essence, Stoic philosophy teaches that true motivation does not arise from external stimuli or temporary rewards. It comes from an internal alignment with our deeper values and greater purposes. By freeing ourselves from unfounded social expectations and trivial distractions, we create the space for authentic motivation to grow. Therefore, next time you feel unmotivated, pause and reflect. Does this task genuinely contribute to my personal growth or well-being? If the answer is no, have the courage to eliminate it or delegate it, and focus your energy on what truly matters. In doing so, you will uncover a constant source of motivation and purpose. Many of us face a silent battle within ourselves each morning. On one side is the desire to remain in the comfort of our bed, and on the other is the call of duty and virtue. This internal conflict is not new. The Stoics recognized it long ago and offered us valuable insights on how to face it. Epictetus, in his discourses, reminds us that we must first decide what kind of person we want to be and then act accordingly. This idea resonates with the Stoic belief that our actions, particularly in the morning, set the tone for the rest of the day, and by extension, for our lives. Seneca, in his letters, suggests that we should organize our lives as if we were preparing for a banquet, ensuring that everything is in its place but not excessive. The founder of Stoicism, Zeno, taught that virtue alone is sufficient for happiness. Applying this principle to our daily routine, we can see that getting up on time, even when we don't feel like it, is an act of virtue that contributes to our overall well-being. For example, when the alarm rings, instead of giving in to the impulse to hit snooze, take a moment to breathe deeply and ask yourself, what kind of person do I want to be today? And what actions will bring me closer to that ideal? This brief reflection can provide the motivation needed to rise from bed with purpose and determination. The act of waking up consciously and disciplined is not just about productivity. It is an act of alignment with our rational nature and with the universal logos, which are central tenets of Stoicism. By overcoming the inertia of the morning, we practice self-control and cultivate the inner strength required to face the day's challenges. Each morning presents a new opportunity to practice virtue.
The true test of our philosophy is not in our words, but in our daily actions, starting from the moment we open our eyes. As Epictetus would say, do not merely explain your philosophy, incorporate it. So when the alarm rings, do not see it as an enemy, but as a call to excellence. Rise not only from your bed, but also from mediocrity. The day ahead is your training ground for wisdom and virtue. Time is often considered a scarce resource, something we frequently claim to lack. However, the true issue lies not in the absence of time, but in the way we prioritize and manage it. There are countless examples of individuals who, despite being busy, still manage to find time for the things that matter most. Marcus Aurelius, for instance, found time to read despite his immense responsibilities as emperor, and Epictetus continued his studies even while enslaved. If they were able to do this, so can we. Seneca teaches us that the real obstacle to accomplishing what we want is not the shortage of time, but rather the way we squander it. Time itself is not inherently scarce. It is our mismanagement of it that causes the problem. By allowing ourselves to become distracted by trivial activities, we end up sacrificing moments that could otherwise be enriching. The way we manage our time is a matter of choice and discipline. If something is important to you, like reading, then it should become a priority, rather than allowing distractions to take precedence. Organizing your day and carving out moments for what truly matters is key. For example, setting aside an hour before bed to read could be a simple yet effective way to invest in your personal and intellectual growth. The issue is not that time is limited, but rather that we need to be more mindful of how we spend it. Time is an incredibly valuable resource, and as Marcus Aurelius wisely pointed out, life is short, but it is long enough to live well and dedicate ourselves to what truly holds value. Therefore, we should view time as our ally, not as our enemy, and prioritize activities that promote our development and well-being. Writing serves as a powerful tool for self-reflection, one that the Stoics valued greatly. Marcus Aurelius, for example, wrote extensively about the importance of looking within, as he believed that true goodness and virtue come from within ourselves. This idea is foundational in Stoic philosophy, and it encourages us to turn our focus inward rather than seeking external validation or projecting our frustrations onto others. Writing provides us with a safe space for introspection, allowing us to observe our thoughts with clarity and calmness. By putting our thoughts on paper, we gain distance from them, which enables us to analyze them more thoughtfully. Seneca frequently engaged in reflective writing, using it as a means to understand and master his passions. Similarly, we can use writing to gain control over our thoughts by reviewing them as a general might inspect his troops. Which thoughts contribute to our highest good, and which are mere distractions or fears? Writing not only allows us to vent, but also helps us derive valuable lessons from our experiences. For example, at the end of each day, you might write about a challenge you faced and explore how Stoic principles could have been applied to handle the situation in a more virtuous way. Like the notebooks of Leonardo da Vinci, which were filled with ideas and observations that later led to masterpieces, our personal journals can become the foundation for a life well lived. Every entry is a step toward building our character. The practice of reflective writing is not just an exercise in introspection. It is an act of Stoic courage. By confronting our thoughts on paper, we demonstrate honesty with ourselves. It is a continuous process of refinement, helping us learn to distinguish between what is within our control and what is not. In a world filled with distractions and external opinions, Writing becomes a refuge, a personal space where we can examine our beliefs and convictions. By aligning our thoughts with the Stoic values of virtue, reason, and harmony with nature, we gradually shape a more intentional and meaningful life. As Seneca said, the act of writing helps us learn, with every word contributing to our wisdom, serenity, and self-knowledge. According to Stoic principles, maintaining physical discipline is crucial so that the body does not interfere with the clarity of the mind. As Seneca explains, we must treat the body with rigor so that it remains obedient to the mind. The goal is to ensure that the body does not become an obstacle to our mental clarity and emotional resilience. This requires regular physical exercise and maintaining a healthy routine, even engaging in challenging activities, to ensure that the body remains under control. By doing so, we cultivate an inner strength and resilience that are vital when facing pressure or making important decisions. Treating the body with discipline strengthens both the body and the mind, enabling us to better handle the challenges life presents. Physical training and personal discipline are essential for developing a mind that remains steady and focused, especially in situations of high pressure and when critical decisions must be made. Engaging consistently in such efforts is not just about physical conditioning. It is a preparation that ensures the body is ready to face challenges, allowing the mind to maintain control and clarity when swift, deliberate action is necessary. Consider the example of a dedicated athlete preparing for an important competition. Every training session becomes a lesson in self-discipline and inner resolve, conditioning the body to endure intense physical exertion. Through this process, the athlete not only enhances physical performance, but also fortifies mental strength, ensuring that during decisive moments they can respond with accuracy and self-assurance. Thus, caring for the body is more than a matter of health. It is a vital practice for mental stability and peak performance. It strengthens the connection between physical discipline and mental resilience, allowing one to navigate life's challenges with poise and determination. Turning inward, we find another powerful Stoic practice, meditation on mortality, known as memento mori. This reflection on death is not meant to instill fear, but rather to cultivate a deeper appreciation for life. Stoic wisdom urges us to confront the reality of death not as a far-off event, but as something that unfolds with each passing minute. Time is fleeting, and every moment that slips by is a moment we no longer have. Memento mori, or remember death, serves as a potent reminder of life's impermanence. It emphasizes that our time is finite, and once gone, it cannot be reclaimed. With this perspective, we are encouraged to approach each action and decision with purpose and presence. Knowing that our days are numbered inspires us to live more fully and to devote ourselves wholeheartedly to what truly matters. For instance, when we pour our complete attention and effort into a task, we are acknowledging that we are making meaningful use of our limited time. The awareness of life's brevity and unpredictability pushes us to avoid wasting our energy on the trivial or superficial. Rather than being a grim thought, memento mori becomes a call to live more intentionally, with a sense of urgency and meaning, recognizing that each second holds value and is irreplaceable. Another cornerstone of Stoic living is to seek out motivation through the study of history's most virtuous individuals. True inspiration often arises from observing the lives and character of those who pursued greatness through the consistent practice of virtue. According to Stoic philosophy, Looking to the lives of people who committed themselves to self-improvement and the cultivation of moral excellence can be a profound source of encouragement. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that there is nothing more uplifting than witnessing virtue in action. It reinforces the possibility within ourselves to cultivate the same qualities. To sustain our motivation, we benefit from examining the lives of remarkable figures, people who have stood out for their character, perseverance, and achievements. Their journeys illuminate what is attainable and demonstrate how challenges can be met with strength and integrity. Epictetus also teaches that we should direct our focus toward the virtues we admire most in others and consciously work to develop those same traits in ourselves. For example, reflecting on a mentor or a historical figure whom we deeply respect can help us extract lessons from both their triumphs and their failures. These reflections offer valuable insights into resilience, determination, and the steady pursuit of excellence. By staying focused on such examples, we nurture our own inner drive and maintain clarity about our personal goals. The journey toward excellence is not without its trials, but it is also rich with rewards for those who persist. Motivation, then, lies in identifying and drawing strength from those who embody the principles we wish to live by, those who have walked the path of mastery and virtue before us. By contemplating their lives, we find guiding lights to shape our own. If you've read this far, write the word motivation in the comments to let us know you made it to the end. Now, I invite you to explore 2 more videos on the screen that will continue to expand your understanding and growth. If this video offered you something valuable, consider giving it a like and subscribing to our channel. Thank you once again, and see you in the next video.